Good morning. Good morning. I mean, wait. Hmm? You put it on already? Thank you for tuning in to another episode of Get Lifted. 30 is the new 20. Like, share, and subscribe. And hit the notification bell so we're notified the next time the poster go live. I'm La Heffa. And I'm SmileyJizzle. What's good, y'all? Welcome to the beginning of Black History Month. We made it. We made it one more time, man. I got a song that I made a long time ago. I remade it. I made like a rock version of it with an AI character that I created. It's called The Last Week of Black History Month. I really feel like the way shit is right now, that's exactly the direction that shit is going. Black people don't love each other the way we used to love each other. You know what I mean? We don't. If whenever there's a comparison of anything that even shows excuse me, how much compassion or how much love we have for our culture, we always result to saying, well, I don't care about what color they are as long as they do da 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 da. And I'm like, I mean, I think it's a cop out sometimes, but I feel like it's a cop out only because if you're a black person, why not have pride in everything that your culture embraces? Like everything that happened in your culture should be something, not a chip on your shoulder, but it should be a stamp of approval. Like, we made it this far. We did all this shit. We went through all these trials and tribulations and we're still here. We're still standing. We survived. All the shit that we went through. Come on, man. Give yourself a break. Shit. That's really how I feel. I feel like, damn, y'all too hard on yourself. I know I'm not hard on myself as much as black people are hard on black people. You know what I mean? And I do fairly well for myself. I work hard. I continue to work hard. I don't stop. I don't say no even when I something I don't want to do sometimes with people that I care about. And sometimes that includes my culture. Like it depends. If it's not anything degrading and they need my blessing, I'm gonna look out for them. I was watching this show, Eight at the Table. I didn't even know it still came on. But shout out to Eight at the Table. But I was watching it and they were having a debate about obviously male and female dynamics, right? Um, but they were having a discussion about a man, a man's responsibility to do certain things. We take pride in certain things that we do. And what is it that a woman takes pride in outside of her just being a woman? You know what I mean? Because the response is when it's a man that can, you know, protect and provide and taking pride in those things. If he can cook, if he can clean, if he can do all these other things, those are pluses, right? And a woman saying, "Well, I can do all this stuff for myself. I don't need you for anything else." It puts you in a situation where it's like, okay, well, what do you be like? Yo, get out the kitchen. Do you be like, get out the kitchen? I got this. Like, there was a time in history when women would do that. Like, get out the kitchen. I got this. You know what I mean? Like, because that was her domain. Your domain was going to work, whether you're sick, whether your leg is broke, whether your finger came off, doing whatever you got to do to make sure everybody eat. Nobody's gonna baby you because we count on you. You understand? Then there came to a time where You know, if a woman's taking care of the house by herself, she's doing the same shit. She's really doing that same shit. She's fucking got a cast and she's still working. She fucking sick. She's still going to work with this with the sniffles, and the boss tells her, "Oh, you gotta go home. I'm not trying to get sick." You know what I mean? Like she's playing by the same rules because she's got no choice but to do that. So, and I don't want to just talk about a whole bunch of things, but that in particular really interests me because I see that our culture specifically has a disadvantage. We don't have any connection whatsoever, and we always blame each other, or not even just blame each other, but we never give ourselves a short end of the stick when we grant other people graces. And I land my plane there. How do you feel about that?
So, if you then, like, in the beginning part, when you talk about people saying they don't care about color as long as you're a good person or whatever, or as long as you're doing X, Y, Z. Um, and and then you said you should have pride in it. Well, I can't speak for other people, but when I say I don't, we shouldn't have a separatist mindset. This is what you're not supposed to be looking at color when someone, that shouldn't make or validate their point or who they are because they're the same color as you. All, like they say, all skin folk ain't kin folk. You should be a good person or whatever that is. You shouldn't be out here unaliving people and things like that, or breaking the law. You should live righteously and try to do your best to be a good person. Try not to hurt people intentionally, and do that regardless of what color of your skin is. And I'm not just gonna be on someone's side just because they're black if they're doing things that I disagree with. If you're doing something that I disagree with, if you're someone that I'm around, I'm gonna hold you to it. I'm gonna say something about it. If you're well, it depends what it is. If you ask my opinion, some stuff I might not say if it's not directly affecting me, depending on what it is. But if you're doing something extra crazy and you're someone that I care about, I'm gonna hold you to it. And regardless of what color your skin is, I get along with all race of people. I don't look at people differently because of the color of their skin, or just automatically think like, oh, we're one just because. And I don't associate with people that do certain things that go against my beliefs just because, oh, you're because you're black and I'm black too. That doesn't mean that I don't have pride in my race, but I'm not gonna automatically just accept you if you're doing things that you shouldn't be doing, and you don't have to do those things. You're making a conscious decision to do those things. And also, like, about you already said men have pride and they do, yeah, and it's appreciated when people do things, like if you ask them to do. But I'm a person, like, since I've been an adult for the most part, like, yeah, I ask for stuff here and there, but a lot of times when people do things, it's offered. And then sometimes people offer things and then they'll offer it just so they can say it again, like, you're offering me something that I don't, and you basically have to beg me to take it, because if you say, oh, do you need? No, I don't. And then you feel some type of way if I say I don't. And then and then you're talking about what you do and what you, or people will bring that up and say, oh, I do this and do that or whatever. But you did that because you wanted to, because most of the time you're offering to do something and I don't, and I say no, I don't need it or whatever. But then the time, like, it's like you can't, like, they talk about love language, like you're supposed to love people the way they want to be loved, not the way that you want to be loved. So if you're trying to do something and you're asking, saying, oh, do you need this, or you're trying to do something because of what you want to do, and that's not what I need at the time, or I don't need that, I'm okay in that area. But then when I do need you, then you're like, no, you're trying to do what you want to do for me, and then I don't like that because you're like, I can't, like, if your man is saying, oh, I want you to do this, but you're gonna do this because this is what you want to, and it makes you feel good because you feel like you're doing something, but I don't want that. That's not what I'm asking you to do. But then when I'm asking you to do something, you're like, oh, you can't do that. So it's like, and vice versa.
That's
like if somebody,
would you say? I'm sorry to interject, but I gotta ask you the question. Is that like a kid that's 17 years old? They get a BMW, and they didn't want a BMW. They wanted the new Lexus.
no,
Is that the same thing?
no,
Because that kid is ungrateful to
no,
what they
that's
received.
ungrateful because
Okay.
you wanted that, you was asking for it. If somebody, for example, if somebody say you need something to smoke or you want some weed, but no, I'm straight, I don't, or you need something, no, I don't want none. But oh, if you need anything, I'm here. But then when I ask you for what I need, and then you're like, oh, I can't. Then you bring up, which is why most of the time, if I don't, because there's some people that would just, yeah, take. Every time you say, yeah, I'm just gonna take it just because you're giving it. I don't do that. I only, if I need it, then this is what I'm asking. But I don't, and the stuff that you're doing is like, yeah, that's nice, but I don't. You're doing that because that's what you wanted, so that you can turn around and say, oh, that you did that. If I'm asking you for something, this is what I really need. This is more important than smoking a blunt or something. And then you're like, oh, I did this and that, but you didn't. But why are you saying this? I do stuff for people too, or have done stuff for people when they ask. I don't just, or if I know that if you need something, maybe I might offer or whatever, or I might help. But if you ask and I can, then I will. But I don't turn around and then be like, oh, I did X X X, because I could turn around and say that too or whatever. Like there's no time frame on it because it's a give and take when you're in relationships with people, friends, romantic, family, whatever. So it's like that's my why I don't, because I feel like a lot of people they do stuff to make themselves feel better so that you can be like, oh, you can't ever say I did, or even if you say that too, some people say that, oh, you can't ever say I didn't do this, and it's like I don't make statements like that because it's like, why do you need to list of what you're doing before it even comes to a point of like there's a problem? You just have to let it be known, or you go around telling people too, saying, oh, I did this and that. Why do you need to do that? Nobody needs to know. Why do you need to, like, just like if somebody donates to charity, the world don't need to know. You don't need to record yourself and say like why, because you need to, if you want to do it then just do it. Why does it need to be broadcast, or why you got to mention it or whatever at any point? If that's what you really want to do, it's something that you're trying to fulfill within yourself, as opposed to, and no, that's different. If somebody's asking for a car because they're asking for that and you don't technically need a car or whatever, I'm talking about if it's something that actually needs to be done and it's like you're capable of doing it but you're choosing not to because you want to show up in the way that you want to. And I think that you should be, I think it doesn't really matter when only in romantic relationships where that really makes a difference, because you talked about cooking and stuff like that. Yeah, there's gender roles. So yeah, I'm gonna say, yeah, I'm gonna do this. This is my, but I also want to know how you want me to, like, I'm not just gonna do stuff because this makes me feel good because I think this is what you want me to do. And I think women do that too. Like they'll do certain things assuming that this is what this man wants, but they're not, because they feel like this is what every man wants, or this is what, but they're not actually checking in and making sure, is this really what you want? You're just doing it just to do something. But I think it does matter if you're actually doing it, if that's what that person wants, because that's why things don't work out or why things go awry, because you're just doing it just to say you did something, but it doesn't matter if it's not what needs to be done. Like, so I don't know. But yeah, there's a role to play in, like, cooking and all that stuff. But I think we're people, you have to go to work in this economy. Everybody has to work. Like whether it's 50-50, people complain about that. I don't have, I mean, it would be nice if I didn't have to work and I could be taken care of. I wouldn't, if it was someone that I was interested in, they could do that for me, I wouldn't decline. But I also wouldn't mind if I had to go to work too, because I work anyway. I'm of the working class, so it's not, abnormal. I'm not gonna complain about it because it is what it is. I'm not gonna expect, like, and I am grateful when people do stuff, but then this is why this is a problem too. Like when or people think it's ungrateful because they're not understanding, or they're
let's keep
taking.
it in the frame of what it is. Black people helping black people in our culture specifically, because I don't really see this issue in other cultures. I feel like other cultures, they get together, shit needs to be done. You don't have to wait on other cultures. We know things need to be done, but we know that there's other things going on. But when you only rely on certain individuals, they're just one person, people burn themselves out. And sometimes they're those type of individuals that will never say no to you. Like, I'll give you a dynamic. I'll give people a personal example of my own, right? Like, say for instance, I'm trying to do something for someone that I care about, right? And then now I made a commitment to it. So now I gotta, be responsible for whatever resources I used or whatever. So now I gotta return something, right? I'm returning something, and I ask the question like, "Yo, um, can you can you come pick me up or whatever?" And then this person, one person who I can rely on most of the time, they're not able to do it. They work, but they don't feel like getting out, tired, cold, whatever the case may be. But then the other person, always reliable, and show the example of, all right, I'll be there, in the expense of them possibly being late to work. So I look at the resources that I have most of the time. I don't use resources for myself because sometimes I said this to my mom the other day. I said, I'll just take it out. Like if it's something that I can't do, if I really reach out to anybody, I'll probably reach out to my sister. She knows that, right? But financially sometimes, right? But I know that because in the back of my mind, I'm definitely gonna pay her back and probably give her more than what she asked me for or what she let me borrow. Because that's just the type of brother that I am. First of all, you gotta understand how disappointed in myself I feel for asking my sister for money, right? I should always be prepared, but shit happens. Like we're human, things happen. So I don't want, like I said, us as black people, we put way too much burden on ourselves. We don't think that it's okay to ask family to do things. So everybody has different personalities, right? That people have to deal with, and we know about that, especially in our culture. So understanding that we feed into a lot of the stereotypes, but we know it with our own anecdotal experience. Most of us, we got the crazy cousin, or we got the crazy aunt, or we got
You
the
have a rat? You're
the
smoking?
or we got the dirty old uh, uncle or grandfather or whatever. You know what I mean? And we always we always talk about all the crazy stories that they used to tell us, and just how it used to be back in the day, and how men used to behave back in the day or whatever. And it's nothing like what it is right now. Like you can't talk about, those dirty jokes they used to say and stuff like that. Not with women around. And then it's like it's crazy because I grew up not really around most of the men unless I was outside. That was the only time that I would see people that were older than me that were men. In my household, the majority of them were women because the men have been incarcerated. So I didn't really get to see them until I became a teenager. My aunt had a boyfriend who spent some time, what I mean? But I was already outside. I was already, breaking people windows and doing stupid shit that I shouldn't have been doing. Like, just stupid stuff, you know what I mean? But we was, out there just being wild. And then eventually I learned a little bit more about, manhood, about how to be a little bit more in control of my behavior, you know, shooting a shot at women instead of girls my age, shit like that. Like, a lot of shit changed. Like, it was like, you know, men used to drink beers, and men used to watch sports, and the Super Bowl was a big thing, and the NBA playoffs was a really big thing. You know what I mean? It was a time for men to be men, and just, barbershop was a sanctuary of conversations and ideologies about manhood and shit like that in the black community. Now, mind you, all the stuff that I'm talking about is mainly for the black community, but I know that they also share stories and such in YT barbershops. You feel me? So I'm not just saying that, but I know that it was definitely a big thing in our culture. You go into the barber shop, you got the barber in there, they talking shit, you know what I mean? They know all the tea that's going on in the hood, just like women be running their mouth. Men used to run their mouth too, but we be talking about different things that, you know, that are comfortable to us. So a lot of times men will complain about, you know, they got work so hard and, you know, the kids want this and the kids want that. They don't fucking do shit. They don't never ask if we want this or we want that. They don't never surprise us and never ask us if we, that's because people think differently. And like my sister was saying, like about love language, like everybody loves differently. So the things that they like, some people have an ignorance, and it's not so much as a negative thing. They have an ignorance of the understanding that the things that make me happy might not necessarily make everybody else happy. It's that old saying, "What you eat don't make me shit." You know what I mean? So you might not understand it, but see, a person that has true understanding will know that yeah, people are different, right? And we accept them as they are. Family is rough, right? Because you don't pick them. But you wouldn't want to have anybody in your life that's destructive, that doesn't do any good for you. A lot of times people do have good intentions, but sometimes they bite off more than they can chew. Especially men, we do it out of love, but sometimes we overexert ourselves. And like, you know, like fathers will say, you know, I'm gonna put my son through college, I'm gonna do all this, and they sacrifice an insurance plan that they shouldn't for the house, and now they're fucked because they got a flood or some shit like that. And they spent all this money for him to go to college and he fucks up. And it comes up in an argument. You spent all that fucking money for you to go to college and you fucked up like an asshole. And the kid's like, nobody asked you to fucking do that. I didn't fucking want to go to college. I told you that. What are you gonna fucking do? I mean, that strikes chords. Like that's really like shit. Like you gotta look at it. When the kid is growing up, who's the first people that they recognize or what people are? Answer that real quick. I got you, mom and dad. So those are the first people that they recognize. So when they see those people and their behavior, this becomes what the frontal lobe hasn't begun to understand yet. You know what I mean? So now you're like, oh shit, these people are fucked up. You don't learn that they're fucked up. You just know that they're not together. You don't know why they're not together, but you think one is us as people. You know, not even racially specific, but since we're talking about our culture, we definitely haven't begun to understand. I think the more understanding is when there's more people involved because more people can be the voice of reason. There's sometimes when people think for themselves, they can't just see past the trees. You know what I mean? They can't see what the fuck is going on. So a lot of times they just be like tunnel vision because they're so upset and not really listening to understand. It's just two people yelling at each other. You know what I mean? In some situations, and you don't understand what the yelling is about. But then when you grow up and you understand, it's like, all right, this person's mad about this. They're mad because they're not listening. That's why they're yelling at each other. This one is mad because they don't agree with this, but there's no understanding of what they don't agree with. A lot of times that is. I'm not trying to sound like Dr. Katz and shit like that, but yo, like it's really that's what it is a lot of times because you know subconsciously that the person means well. When it's that weird thing like when your parent beats you after you've done something wrong and then you're still able to hug them and love them the next day. Like what's the difference in the understanding? The understanding is when you become adults, respect changes because as an adult I deserve the same respect. So like a lot of times when you look at things, you like, yo, why people doing this? Like I just be like, I don't ask nobody for shit because I just feel better not asking people. If you offer me some shit and then you get mad because you offered me some shit, then yeah, we're probably gonna have an argument. But I don't ask people for shit.
And that's why, and also I'm considering about asking people for shit because I realize not only because I only ask if I really need it, but also because other people in life they got their own life going. Well, financially specifically, if
Absolutely.
I do, most of the time if I ask for something, it's not financial, but depending, and some stuff might be worse or whatever. But I try to be conscious of that because I understand that everybody um they have their own life going on, they got bills to pay and stuff like that. So I don't, like I said before, then some people will take advantage because they don't know somebody will do it, so they just ask you and they don't want to spend their own money and they try to. I don't do that, or I'm not just gonna say yeah just because somebody's giving me something if I really don't. If it's not necessary, if I have it already, or if I am okay, or whatever, or like I said, for the reason, because then you want to say something about it. It's like I don't like what is the
Like
purpose of that?
I'm always a business person, but like with family, I try not to make it business. I try to it's family, so it is personal. So a lot of times, if it's business, we can't have a negotiation without a timeline. So a lot of times, this is the craziest thing that I deal with actual people that will have the money. When you're telling somebody, okay, this job is gonna probably take this amount of time, right? Then they change it when you meet them, and then they add something onto it, and then they're like, well, you guys didn't finish. Well, because the agreement was for these things. This was the timeline for all these things. When you added this, that increased the timeline. You know what I mean? That's common sense, but some people don't think about it like that. And it's always good to know what people have going on. A lot of times people don't like to be asked questions. They don't like to be questioned about things. It's intrusive. But the reason that people have to ask all of these questions because they need to understand how much time they have to get this done. When you want to have this done. When we're doing what we're doing, weather is a factor. You know, just the elements are against us in that case. You know what I mean? So a lot of times you gotta do it, and then they be like, "Oh, the kids are gonna be home at this time. These are families." You know, we want to get in and get out. I wasn't talking about pain. So we want to get in and get out with minimal distractions. Be able to do what we gotta do, clean up after ourselves, and all that other shit. And a lot of times we know that when we get there, we're gonna have to move the furniture. We're gonna have to do all this because people don't never have their shit ready. And then you giving them like a crazy price, like, yeah, we're gonna make some money from this shit, but for you, it's like, if you really have bread, it's like, damn, I thought I was gonna be spending X amount. I'm spending like maybe 40% less than that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so it's really a good opportunity for us to expand, but then it's like if you helping a person that's of your kind, a lot of times they take advantage of you in our culture. So it's like I'll help a person that's of color, right? And I'm already giving them a good deal. Instead of them just saying, yo, oh, that's a great fucking deal. You should charge more. You know what I mean? They be like, yo, man, look, I ain't got it, man. Look, understand, man, because I'm a brother. I hate that shit. Like I gotta make money too. You know what I mean? So it's like, and I'm in the business of showing other people how to do what I'm doing. So it's like if you don't want to just like take advantage of the opportunity that I'm giving you, then you must be in a different situation. So maybe you need to work for me because this price is what it is. Like, you know what I mean? You're not gonna get, and we paying for this, whatever. You're not gonna get no better price than that. And if we take it, we basically like you can find us at Home Depot just standing outside. Like, motherfuckers really gotta eat. And if I take this job, it's not worth what I'm working for a 9 to 5. You understand what I'm saying? it's gotta make sense. Like I know, like if I know I can make $300 a day, it's worth it because of the time I put it in to do it and the amount of money that I'm getting paid versus what I get paid normally with the time I have to put into it. That's where it makes sense. Everybody should learn the key of how being able to make at least $100 a day. Because if you can make $100 a day, you don't need to work wherever you're working at. Because what do they pay wherever they have you working from a 9 to 5? You get $20 an hour. Let's see. You work 5 hours. You might get 100, right? But then the taxes eat that shit away. 2 days you made 200. 3 days you made 300. 4 days you made 400. 5 days you made 500. You made $500 a week. But if you make $500 in a day and you only work 3 hours, then what is that? Well, you free up your time, so you still probably make what you would make in a week, but you have 4 other days to figure out. Man, I have all this time after I made this money. I could make $100 more probably with another couple hours. Some motherfuckers is doing jobs where they making $400-500 a day, and they only working 6 hours, maybe 7 hours. That's crazy. Like these jobs, you making motherfuckers slaves, and you ain't getting shit.
Yeah. We all are, or the working class.
But that's what I'm saying. You
You
gotta do
making
that
these
to make
people
that,
rich
and then you
just
still helping
so
out
you can.
your people. Like that's the hardest fucking thing. That's what the whole. I mean, I went down a rabbit hole to say that, but that's the hardest fucking thing. Like you still trying to help your people, and they like fuck that shit, man. Like you know, you trying to rob me. You trying to like what the fuck? Like that's crazy. Yo. And that's why I be feeling like that's ungrateful. You know what I mean? Like I don't have to teach somebody how to do something. I don't have to take the time to go over something with somebody. I don't have to do shit. But then I choose to do it. And you know what I mean? It's not reciprocated the way that you expect it to be reciprocated. And a lot of times as men we take that on the chin because we still do it. It's never if I have a disagreement with you about anything, it's never going to make me feel any different about you the next day. Like I'll be like, all right, what up? Shit happens. I can't say that about any other person. I feel like the dynamic of you being my sister, even it elevates you as what I look at as a person. That's why I hold you to a higher expectation. So I just keep my mouth shut. I know you could do what you need to do whenever you need to do it. So I just be like, whatever. But at the end of the day, I still will always give you grace more than I would give other people grace. But I had another question for you because what you were saying about somebody being wrong and such and such. If you had a child and your child committed a deletion, you wasn't in no way connected to this, but you knew that your kid was the one. Heard about it on the fucking radio and shit, whatever. It's been on TV. You know what I mean? And you're like, oh my God, the cops came to your crib. You ain't seen your kid in a couple of days, whatever. Right? Do you turn your child in? You might say, hey, you should turn yourself in, but that's not what I'm asking. Do you, as the parent, as a citizen, as a person of good faith, you gotta know if it was right or wrong, whatever. They broke the law.
What did they do?
Turn your child in.
No, I wouldn't turn them in, but if they come to my house, I'm gonna tell them you need to go. You need to turn. So what did they do? It depends what they. I'm still not gonna turn them in, but outside of that, how I handle it depends on what they did. Because it's my child. I'm not, and I don't turn nobody in. I don't be calling the cops and reporting people. So, if I never did that, then why would the first person I report? I've never done that. I know plenty of people that have done things, but I'm just don't no, and I've never been put in a predicament where like the cops came and it was like, do you know? Like I don't think I never like I don't call.
But just for your child, because we talking
I
about
said
your child,
no already, but I'm saying outside of that, outside of turning them in, no, I wouldn't. But besides that.
But you would snitch on somebody else, or you wouldn't snitch on nobody else if that was
I've never snitched on nobody. That's why I said we all know criminals or people that have.
You in that situation? How do you handle it?
In the situation of what? They're questioning me about it.
Murder somebody, is all over the news, whatever. You know what I mean? You know about it. They come to your crib. They allude the police, etc., etc.
I said I wouldn't turn them in.
You're gonna turn them in?
I said no.
Oh, okay.
I said I don't turn people in anybody anyway. Okay. I know people that have done things that I never.
Because I just changed it. That's why. So I wanted to make sure that you was clear that you didn't.
No, but I said no. I never.
Now, why wouldn't you turn in your child?
You not even letting me finish. You keep asking me more questions.
These are two different. Because you said because you said two
because
different
that's
things,
my child.
So
I already answered that. I said if I never turn nobody in general. No. So why? Let me finish. So why would I start? You hear what I'm saying with my child? If I've never done that before. I don't go to the police station and be like, yeah, I got some new, like, what is that gonna serve me? First of all, outside that's none of my business. But if it's my kid, I never did it before, so why would I report them? No, I'm not gonna report them, but I'm gonna tell them you can't stay here because you're not about to get me wrapped up in this. And I'm gonna ask them, did you do it? Well, first of all, no, I don't even want to. Yeah, I'm gonna ask you if you did it. If you did, then yeah, you better go run or go turn yourself in. I don't know. And depending on what you did, like what did you do? What you said they unalived somebody? Because it's different. Like if you grape somebody or something like that, like yeah, I'm still not reporting you, but I'm gonna look at you differently because why why are you out here doing wild stuff like that? I'm gonna feel like a failure as a parent. You out here graping people, or if it's something crazy, or if you unalive someone for a reason that wasn't because I think your parent is responsible up until a certain point because they're responsible for raising you. So I would start to question. I would take on that responsibility as a parent. A lot of parents don't want to, or they don't want to take accountability for how they're. Yeah, at a certain point, you got to recognize the child what they're doing wrong once you become an adult at a certain age and change your behavior. But most cases, it starts with somewhere. You were raised by these people. They may have implanted instill certain things in you unintentionally because of the environment that you were raised around, because of the way that they raised you, or situations that they put you in. It may have affected you and led you down that path. But it's up to you, the child, once you get a certain age, to turn that around. So that's when the accountability comes on. So you can't for your whole life blame it on the parent, but there is so as a parent, I would say I'm responsible to it. Like I would think about that. I would be like, what did I do wrong? Like why did you do this? Like why? Or if even if I don't, like I said, I would tell them you gotta go. Like the cops just came here or whatever. Like is this true? You're all over the news. Like what's going on? Did you? And after they tell her like I don't this you gotta go. Maybe I'll give them money or something, but you can't. And depending on what they did, like I said, I might not even I can't be around you because you're on the run now. Even if they caught you, I don't know if it depends what you did. Like I said, if you grape somebody or
perhaps his perhaps it's a moment of clarity that you can't be responsible for all of your child's mistakes.
I said not all. That's why I said at a certain point, the child, when they become an adult, they have to think and see where they are in life and take accountability, begin to take accountability. But you can't say
or something like that, or a serial deleter, that's not your fault.
but
It's only your fault if you're a part of the trauma that created this monster.
And that's what I'm
Now,
saying. In
if
most
you
cases,
if you were neglectful and say for instance you let your kid get you let your you let a sibling, right, you let a sibling babysit your child, and the sibling does some fucked up shit to your child, breaking fingers or doing some sexual shit to them or whatever, and now you know that this person is doing it. Now you feel partly guilty about that. But what if that person never done anything to you or anything like that? How would you know? You can't. You could feel responsible for it, and the kid is probably going to even feel that way. But in reality, it's really less of your fault than you think it is. But it's just natural for you to feel responsible for it because you're the protector. There's things that people would have to do to be in a place of making sure that nothing ever happens to their child. You have to make sure that your child has a cell phone now. You got to make sure that you know where your child is at all times, whatever friends. You got to know who their friends' parents are. You got to know what area they live in. You got to know if there's any gangs or anything like that. It's so much shit, and it makes you look like the fucking the annoying parent. That's it. You know what I mean? Like it's just there's really no clear way to to do it because the area of trust with people has changed. The loyalty. That's what I'm saying. What is really loyalty? Like you're saying like okay, I never told on anybody, so why would I do it now? I get that, but also in the fact that like okay, what are your moral standpoints? You said earlier that if a person is guilty of a crime, so you're just not turning people in. Like you're just saying like from a morality standpoint, you're wrong, whatever, you feel like that.
but it's
But
not my
you're not
business.
a fucking vigilante. You're not out here,
Yeah.
bringing people to justice. I get that. I want to be absolved of that shit, plausible deniability. But but what I'm saying is like how we don't come together on anything, but especially when it's a time for us to judge one of ours, we jump down their throat. Like us specifically. Like it's like it's like a bombardment. Like we allowed you to get here. We helped make you successful. We helped, you know, buy your shirts and your TV shows and all this other shit. And now you fucked up. So now we're gonna throw stones at you instead of being like, come on, brush yourself up. People fuck up. We you know, Bill Cosby was like one of the worst things because there was a discussion of him buying NBC, but there was one of his colleagues that discouraged him from doing it. Like, please don't do it. He still was like, yo, I'm gonna do it anyway. When he went and did it, whatever. Now, not saying that he probably just said that because he knew they was gonna come get him. It could have been he knew what he did and he knew that it would be exposed, or he could have just been saying it because he like, yo, they don't want you at top. They know you got the bread to do it, but they don't want you to do it. And they let him run all of his money out trying to fight. Like shit like that is just like crazy. And then the Cosby Show, like I still watch the Cosby Show. Fuck with you, because it's fake. You know what I mean? Like I still watch the Cosby Show. But as far as I'm concerned about what happened to those women, and I'm always gonna say if it's true. If it's true, my heart goes out to those families. You feel me? If it's not true, fuck the government because they're the ones that's driving this wedge in between our culture because we're swarming with conspiracy theories and shit of all types of shit. But when it comes to us, it's like, yeah, no, he did it. He did that shit. Look how he smiled in those Jello commercials. You know what I mean? Like it's it is really like the whole shit about anything negative. It doesn't matter what it is. We look at it as like, okay, is this a person that we want to be behind, or is this a person that we can we is this a person that we don't want to support? Because if it's a person that we don't want to support, then we're gonna be like, fuck. If Kanye fuck up, they give him a second chance. Kanye just did a concert. Everybody loves Kanye. Everybody like Kanye, clean yourself up, get yourself right. He had this chick walking outside naked, you know, and it's all good. You feel me? And I think Kanye is a beast. I really do. But I also think JayZ is a beast. But we also look at how if somebody says something crazy about anybody in our culture, we automatically are the people in the rally hanging them with everybody else. I don't like that. We weren't like that before. Those are the traditions that I miss. I miss us loving each other, and I miss us having a connection with each other where we understand this is how this person is. I don't want them to change because this is how I love them. But they have to understand how I love them, right? So that emotional understanding that comes with learning behavior, how often do you get the opportunity as somebody in our culture? We work all the time. We don't give a fuck about nothing but trying to get some money. You know what I mean? Because we think, for the most part, we feel like that's gonna solve because it does. It solves our temporary problems. A cake at 12 o'clock in the morning, or fucking, being able to see your favorite movie as soon as it comes out. You know what I mean? But being able to go on a vacation trip, you know what I mean? Because you know you're gonna get paid. You know what I mean? Those are the simple luxuries, but we don't think about the long term luxuries that your kids and kids can appreciate in years to come. And it's a huge burden, but when it starts, it's supposed to be fermented in that child's mind at an early age so that when they grow up, they can teach their kids that shit. And we don't like those traditions anymore. We just like we just like fuck it. We want to do things our way. And I think in a lot of ways is leading us down a path of destruction. Personally, that's how I feel. And I'll end my thing.
So in this case, he did do it because he admitted that he did it. But that was in a time where people's argue would be like, they were all doing it. But I think it's still what the drug that they were taking that like knocks you out. It's not like when you smoke weed or something like that. So for you to, even though the woman was willing, that's still against the law because she wasn't able to consent after she passed out. So that's kind of, and it's crazy too that you would even want to have sex with somebody when they're passed out and you can't even like that's kind of weird too. The fact that you even want you would think that you would want them to be up and know what's going on or whatever. That's a little weird. But he did admit that he did it. But outside of that, like I said, regardless of color you are, I'm not gonna like in certain crimes are different than others. Like we're basically going just by the law because people would say also these women decided to do these drugs. He didn't make them, like he didn't drug them without them knowing. They agreed to it. They're stupid, but it's the fact still remain that's against the law because once they're passed out, now that's considered rape because they're no longer able to consent or whatever. So So that doesn't take away. I still watch the Cosby Show too, but as a person, would I want to be like? I look at you differently for something specific like that. Now there are other crimes that I don't necessarily agree with. I don't do it, but that doesn't necessarily change your character. Like if you sell drugs, like yeah, people can, and I mean, well, drugs, period. I guess people again, they're choosing to do that, but you're not intentionally trying to harm them. Your goal is to provide for yourself, and that's what you're doing. And you're not putting stuff in it intentionally trying to make people OD or stuff like that. You're just trying to make a living. Although I would prefer it if you went about it another way. I'm not going to cut you out of my life for that. But if I knew somebody that was drugging women, or even if they agreed to do it and you were having sex with women and they're passed out, or if you're just raping people, period, like this is what you do, or I found out that you did that, like that's I'm not gonna want to deal with you, and I wouldn't want my kids to be around you or something like that. I'm not, and again, like you said, I watch the Cosby Show. I still listen to R. Kelly because that's a personal entertainment for me. It's not I'm not gonna now you interrupted my entertainment because I'm choosing to um not listen to this stuff because I like the Cosby Show because it's funny, and it also taught you things about life. It was a good, and it was good to see a different dynamic of. They always would show poor black families, but they show a two-income household. The father's a doctor, the mom's a lawyer, the kids going to college, and those that and they had rules, and they're still the mom, she there was um boundaries, and they did, they had rules and things that they had to follow or whatever it was, and you go through different experience watching that. Maybe it could teach some people how to behave in certain situations because it will be they'll have an episode depicting a certain situation that a lot of kids may go through in life. Like you stole a car, your parents not stole a car, stole your parents' car or took it without them knowing and snuck out and drove somewhere, and then you, well, maybe not to this extent, but then the car fell in the river, and then you lied to your parents about it. The parents watching it on the news, you so you can't even the shit came on the news like of the car a car was pulled out of the lake or whatever, like something crazy, or you snuck out to go to the club and you got caught, or talking going your first boyfriend, or trying to impress a girl when Denise made the Gordon Gartrell shirt or whatever, like so it teaches you things, it's entertaining, uh not necessarily teach you, but it can give you an idea of how to behave in certain situations. There might be kids that watch this. There's reruns. People might watch this with their kids or whatever, and they might be going through certain stuff at school or something, and it might just like Degrassi or something. That's mostly white people on that show, but it teaches you things. So I think it's a good show for people to watch. And but I'm saying I'm not about to stop listening to it. It got nothing to do with the person because I didn't know them personally before this or after. But since this came out, like I said, maybe look at you differently, but that don't got nothing to do with the music. Now R. Kelly, on the other hand, now it makes me think about when you hear some of his songs, it's like, was you talk? Because you like little girls. Now I was younger when him and Aaliyah was together, so I didn't really until I became like a teenager. So I was starting to hear about, or I don't know how old I was when I started to hear about like whatever was going on between them or whatever, and how they had gotten married and all this. And then I watched interviews recently with them together, and it was weird. She was a teenager, and y'all dressing alike and all this. Like it's weird. Like you're a grown man, you had no business, but and then you made a song, age ain't nothing but a number. Like now the music, you can't help but think about it now. I might not listen to certain songs, or if I listen to it, like I said, it's gonna make me think about it. Because how can you unsee that, or how can you not? He pissed on a little girl, like excuse my language, but she was a. I saw that tape too whenever it came out because I shouldn't have been. I was still kind of young, but I was probably like I don't know, maybe in middle school or going to high school or something like that. But I did get a hold of it, and I'm like, this is crazy. Uh, and you know, but at the time, it didn't really register it, or I wasn't really thinking about it, or whatever. But it's like you can't this guy, and I understand why, and this is why I said sometimes parents are to blame, not in all cases or whatever, but for how they, because you look at these people and then you see what happened to him. He claims he was sexually abused when he was a child, and I believe it, because if you're doing it, it makes sense, because statistics show, or psychology says that these are certain behaviors that come from that, or there are people that have been convicted of crimes and they do documentaries about them, and you hear like serial unalivers, the same thing. They grew up, and in most kids, not all the time, or sometimes the parents would be like, he had a great, and then of course, what do you expect them to say? You gonna, some people are not gonna tell you the truth, so you can't, I take that with a grain of salt. They could be telling the truth, so I'll take their word at it or whatever, if that's what they're saying. But then when you see all the others that have gone through certain things, or even Diddy, the way certain things or how he grew up could make sense for why he's being accused of these crimes, the one that he wasn't on trial for and what he was convicted of, because it paints a picture of like, you could go down this path or do some type of, lose your traction in some type of way. Maybe you didn't think it'd be to this extent, and some people go further or whatever. But it makes sense. It makes it believable when you hear the backstory. So that's why I said sometimes. Um, but do I hate you? Am I gonna try to, now? If it's somebody does something to my loved one or something, somebody close to me, then yeah, like, and I'm not saying it's right. I would say I'm just as bad as the aggressor or the person who started all of it if I want to retaliate. But I'm not caring about that in that moment because it's my family. So I understand that it's still wrong. But if it's I'm gonna want revenge. I'm gonna, you know, want that. But it's I acknowledge that it's not the right thing, because you're just as bad as the person who started it all. Like when you want to retaliate and you want to, like, I want peace. Like, I don't want, it takes more energy to go through all this, to do, to plan out, you know, certain stuff, than to just to not care, or just like, even conversation sometimes is draining, or if it gets to a point of like, it's like, I don't, so I don't, that's why I just say people, like, I ain't saying nobody should be unalive, even people that, like I said, if it was somebody that was close to me or something, I would feel differently because it hits me different. But I still acknowledge that it's wrong. But I don't. I think it is wrong to, like, if you take a life, if you do, even if it's in revenge, like, I would feel better maybe or whatever. But I'm just as bad. So, and I would teach that, like, if you, like, if somebody, like, say, like that little boy, the unalive, that guy that tried to that he punched his mother. I think he shot him, and he unalived him. And it's like, he might be effed up for that, like his head. I mean, like, after having done that, if this is the first time you caught a body, assuming that that's the case, that's traumatic. Because if you wasn't built to do that, you're not you're not in the military, you're not,
Now
and
that
even,
could have been looked at as self defense though.
no, it was self defense, but I'm talking about the psychology behind it. Like, do you, like? I feel like this is a conversation that you would have before you end up in a situation like that. It's like, how do you, can you live with yourself after you've done something like that? Like, yeah, you would. I'm not asking you, but I'm saying I would say that to a child before we're even in that situation. Like, maybe having a conversation, like, think before you act. When you in certain situations, yeah, what's self defense? I'm not necessarily talking about that. Like, even after something happens, somebody did something to somebody, and then you go after them and you do that too. Not, and when you wasn't there in the moment, but you find out what happened, and, like, think, like, is you gonna be like,
add something to that?
but wait, is you gonna, can you live? Because some people can't. Some people it fucked them up in the head. Some people they're okay, they'll get over it if they did or whatever, but it depends on the person.
You don't know what type of person your child is yet. So if you're explaining this to a child, the question to your child is, you should have already had a conversation with the child about the concept of death, so they can have a firmer understanding of it. Like, if that
That's
child
what
doesn't
this
really have,
conversation is.
but that's what I'm saying. It shouldn't just come out sporadically, and now you got to think about it. This kid had to have a conversation about that to understand when it's right, when it's not, because otherwise you might have a serial deleter that you just created in this situation. You know what I mean? Or it might have been, fight or flight. He felt like this was the only way he could stop this man from doing something to his mom, and he knew that this was what he could use. There's so many ways to look at it, but making a kid make that judgment call in those situations of how it can psychologically affect them means that as a parent, sometimes you don't have the tools or resources necessary to ensure that stuff like this doesn't happen, and there's no thought about it after, because he goes home, sits down with dad, and be like, okay, what happened? Because where was dad? But if any case, if dad was in the picture, you go home, you sit down with dad, and dad talks to you and says, all right, is everything okay? You're gonna have this emotional conversation with somebody who probably hasn't taken anybody's life, was going to talk to his son about it, because he understands about what being a man is, and sometimes having to take situations into your own hands, and sometimes it can be fatal when defending the people that you care about and their freedoms. So that particular situation, the concept of death is evident, because you have to make your child understand that what they did is the right thing. Otherwise, it is going to have a lot of psychological damage and hurt them in the future. But you have to understand psychologically where your child is from that trauma, because that's trauma.
That's what I was saying. Overall, that's a conversation that you about death and how it can affect you if you're the one behind the trigger and all of that. Yeah, that's something that you should discuss with her before, about just about life choices in general. Like about, and she actually told him to do it too. I forgot about that part. She said,
Right.
so that's and like I wouldn't like if it just happened, then that's different. Like, and what are you doing with a gun? Like, it's just so many. The whole thing, because he was too young. He was a kid. Why are you walking around? It probably. Oh, I don't know whose it was or whatever. I don't remember. They probably said that part or whatever. But I'm assuming that it wasn't. It wasn't. He was underage. He wasn't supposed to be having that. So it's like, what are you doing with this? Are you in? Are you gang affiliated? Are you? They have, of course, it's the mom's gun. Who? What were you? Why were you walking down the street
Was it
with this?
anything that you could think of that could have made that situation better?
I wouldn't have told my child to do that. If they did it on their own,
You would took that ass with him?
if they did it on their own, well, first of all, like I said,
He was
at that
he was
age,
giving her the what?
at that age, I wouldn't. My child shouldn't have. What are you doing with a gun? That's my question.
That was her joint.
So you gave it to him, and you
He
told
went in her
him.
purse and got the shit.
Yeah, but she told him to do it. That's what I'm
Right.
saying. I wouldn't even do that. I'm not gonna tell you to.
Well, I'm saying she can't get to it, and this dude is beating the brakes off of her because of the chicken wings or some shit. Like, she wanted to get her order ran.
Did he beat her or did he hit her one time and she fell?
He was fucking her up. Excuse my language, chat. He was fucking her up.
Yeah, I wouldn't have. I still wouldn't have said.
It's bad enough. Like, if you watch your mom get beat up by your father, it's way worse watching your mom get beat up by another nigga for a boy. You see that, you're gonna be like fucking, like, you're gonna try to go crazy, like you're gonna do something, fight the nigga. You ain't really no help once a man is on your mom if you a little boy. Like, so then, and then there's another situation. I think Dirk's baby mother's boyfriend got shot by one of his sons, by his son. So it's like, and I think it happened twice or some shit with him.
He lived though.
But this is my thing with shit like that. Like, are these boys like the psychological trauma is gonna be there because there's no father figure in their household, yo. And the father should have been on it, like, yo, like, don't
not
do
in the
that. You know
house,
what I mean?
but be with them. But look at who the fathers are, though. Look at what they was doing.
That's another component. That's something else. But shit,
That's why the parent
I
is
feel
responsible.
like these women need to be with the man they had a kid with.
That's
And
assuming
these
that
men need to step their shit up. Yes.
that's assuming that they're the one that left.
But why
Sometimes
smash
the man leaves, so you can't control another
Sometimes
person.
they do. Sometimes they
Not,
do.
and
I guess.
it's not always amicable.
But
yeah.
I would say the majority of the time the woman want to be somewhere else. If you like a high price nigga, like you got mad bread, your dynamics might change a little bit, but depending on the type of chick that you choose, if you messing with the side joint or you messing with a groupie or whatever, that shorty probably gonna be expendable. Like.
Some of these people were their they had kids with these people before they even got like G Herbo. I think he got like 3 baby mamas now. He only had one when he first came out, and I don't know who broke up with who, but then he got with Fabolous stepdaughter, and well, he wasn't married.
Is he still with her?
I think I think he left and had a baby by someone else, and then I think they're back together because they're engaged.
Oh, that's beautiful.
And he got 2 kids by her. He got one by somebody else, and I think he got a kid. He got by the first baby mother. He only got one, Ari, and then Fabulous daughter is Tiana. I think that's how you say it, or Taina. I don't know. And then by some other chick, I don't know.
Speaking of Fabulous,
They might have 3. I think.
who's better overall, Fabulous or Loyd Banks? Can you answer that?
They're the same. As far as lyrical ability, I feel like Fabulous is more popular probably now in the current times than Lloyd is. But if you talk about bars, like I like both of them, but I feel like they like on the same level.
Tony Yale said Loyd Banks is way better, and he on tour right now.
Of course, he's gonna say that.
Because he's buying shit.
Yeah.
Uncle Murder said he can't do that. From the shit that
But that's because I feel like his music currently is not being pushed. Like I had to go and search for
like
Lloyd
Beamer,
Banks.
Benz, and Bentley is like one of my favorite joints.
Yeah, I like that.
Like,
you know, of course. Hello, Joel.
That shit was
Yes.
lit. The
So
remix of that shit, crazy.
yeah,
His
that's
bars
my shit.
always delivered. So
Yeah, Fabulous.
I always will say that Loyd Banks got bars. He got bars. He's in my bar Mount Rushmore. Like, you feel me? Like, I put him in here when it comes to bars, right? Now, that's with Cassidy. That's with all them niggas with bars. Now, when you talk about Fabulous, it was a point in time I was like, man, this nigga
When he was
soft. Like, I was like,
it was before it was before the what you call the mixtapes that came out. That's when he changed because during I know when you talk about girl I traded up that era that
yo,
you was like
had,
he was making girl songs.
You know what?
Can't let you go. The Lil Mo shit, Superwoman.
Every girl I used to talk to had some damn Fabulous shit. And I was like, yo, what the fuck? And then like it was at the time when niggas was wearing big ass shirts with jerseys and shit. This nigga had every jersey, nigga. Like
you were jealous.
I was hating, nigga. I was really hating on this nigga. Like I was like, yo, this nigga thorough, yo, this nigga really thorough. But then I was like, this nigga thorough dresser, but is this nigga really a good rapper? And I listened to one of these R&B joints. I was like, oh shit, damn. I was like, that shit was thorough with the beat. I was like, yo, this nigga, could he really spit though?
But then when he
No competition to the funeral came out. I'm like, let me see what this shit. Shout out to one of the shorties put me onto it. I'm listening to this shit. I'm like, yo, this nigga fire, nigga. And I'm trying to figure out who these niggas is that's with him. This nigga Paul Kane and all these, I don't know who none of these niggas is. But I just hear this nigga saying niggas' names, but this nigga just going in. Like, I'm like, yo, this nigga got bars, yo. And it only made me listen to more Fabolous shit. Now, I'm not going to say, because Loyd Banks ain't come out yet. You know what I mean? So I'm not going to say.
He do got some new
Loyd Banks. No, but I'm saying at this time. Oh. Loyd Banks was going to be popping with G Unit, after 50 Rise and all that other shit. But you still listening to the mixtapes of Fabolous. No competition and all this other shit. And all these other shit is dropping. I'm like, yo, this nigga is thorough. This nigga killing it in the streets, nigga. I swear, nigga, I'm riding around. Every time I'm riding around, I got a new Fabolous. Yo, you got that soul tape? Yeah. I got the soul tape, nigga. You know what I mean?
And the DJ Clue shit.
Nigga, I had all the Fabolous mixtape shits. Like, cause I used to listen to all the gangster rap shit. So I was listening to like, Cassidy, fucking Jadakiss, fucking who was the other niggas? There's a lot of niggas.
And DJ Clue hosted J.
Cole shit. DJ Clue used to have a lot of people shit.
He hosted J. Cole shit.
But these was like
that just came out.
Styles P used to have some shit that used to be dropping. And a lot of niggas like the mixtapes was just a opportunity for these niggas to just spit their bars, like straight bars, like, you know what I mean? And some motherfuckers, the albums was coming out, and the people that was making money off of the albums wasn't the people that was like really having bars like that in the mixtape world. Like Kanye was thorough with music wise, and that's when 50 flipped it, because 50 was popular in the mixtapes. And transcended to commercial. When that nigga transcended to commercial, that nigga took the shit by storm. So now niggas have mixtape shit commercial. So 50 was an animal for that shit. But he had a trick in his pocket, because everybody was like, man, this nigga singing this shit. This nigga think he Tupac, whatever. Nigga come out with fucking Loyd Banks in the mixtapes. K Slay had G Unit popping, nigga, when Loyd Banks came out with his mixtape. I'm like, damn, this nigga got bars too. And then all of a sudden, these niggas had a song with Loyd Banks, Cassidy, and fucking Fabolous, nigga. You got to hear all three of these niggas on the shit. And everybody say it all the time, Cassidy had the best verse. But it's arguable between Cassidy and Fabolous. Look it up. Look, Fabolous, Cassidy, and I forgot the name. Fabolous, Cassidy.
But yeah, it's some songs, but I don't know the name. But Fabolous, yeah, but I do like Loyd Banks, but I feel like his music is just like I said, it don't be in my algorithm. Like Fabolous shit is be popular. I like more of it. Well, but I feel like it comes to me. Like Loyd Banks, I would have to look it up if I'm looking for him. Like if he did put out a new mixtape or something.
You probably won't be looking up him as much as you be looking up Fabolous, but it's a reason for that.
No, but it's because Fab is more current right now. Like that's
gonna be
who,
always talking about shit that you
and
like.
I don't just be like looking up unless I hear about it. That's how I, or it just pops up. Like music will pop up. Like if I'm listening to music, then based off the algorithm, then it will, refer me different songs. Or I'll be watching something and might be like, oh, so and so got a new mixtape out, or this person got a new album out, and if it's somebody I like, then I'll go check it out. Or even if I don't know, I'll go check it out. I found new artists from that too. But I don't just be unless I have a reason to. Like I heard about it, somebody like, yo, listen to this. Or if I like the person's music, then I'm like. But I feel like Fabolous is more relevant, so that's the reason that you know why I hear him more.
Chelsea was looking for.
Where's she at? Downstairs. What she say? What she want? Tell her that we recording the podcast. You gotta come up here if you, yeah. You gotta come up here if you want me to start. Cause you still, you're not on the thing. What you said? I don't know what you're saying. And tell Chelsea too. But yeah, but I do like Loyd Banks. The songs, but I've only heard, you know, so and when Fab mixtape, people are talking about it. Like I feel like no one talk, and I don't care. I'm not doing it because people are talking about. That's how I learned about it. You know what I'm saying? And then if I listen to it and I like it, then I'll be like, oh, this is gonna be in my rotation or whatever.
So is it a marketing thing? If you think?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think Fabulous is being more pushed because he's actually on a label. I thought he was independent, but
I think Loyd is on the label too.
yeah, but I don't think
So that means 50 ain't pushing him like that.
well, is he still? He's not with G Unit
I
anymore.
believe he is. He on tour.
With G Unit, they're performing together.
Well, he doing his own tour.
I like he got, but see, the only songs I know about by him are songs that were commercial. I don't know no songs from him that was. I did listen to some
That
of his.
Wanna Be the Reason You Smile. That's a good song.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I like that. I like him. Beg for Mercy. Oh my God, the G Unit. Their album. I think that was their first album that came out called Beg for Mercy. That shit. 50 Cent, I like 50 Cent too. Get Rich or Die Trying was those fuck. Both of those, I feel like you could play it all the way through. Like every song on it. And that doesn't happen a lot. Hi. I told her we already brought the truck back because you see this up here. Where we gonna put a couch at? Because my brother was here. Huh? My brother was here. No, I didn't see him. If he's in town, he didn't come here, or I didn't see him. All right, see you later. Um, what am I about to say? Oh, but yeah, Loyd Banks. Um, yeah, Smile. Well, I'm thinking about Banks because I never listened to. I never that album that Smile was on. I forgot what it's called. Maybe it was. I think it was self-titled. Um, but I never listened to no whole. I don't think I don't. I never listened to a whole Loyd Banks album. I listened to a mixtape before because I seen, like I said, somebody was talking about it on a podcast or something. It was like, oh, and I do like his music, so that's why I wanted to check it out. And it was good, but it's like I don't know. It's not something that I would listen to all the time. I don't know. Maybe it's the way that he raps. like the tone of his voice or something. But I don't know. Fab is like low key too. Like when they rap, like he not excited. Uh, there's no energy, but I feel like they both rap like that, so maybe that's not the reason. But I don't know. It wasn't. I can't even remember a song other, other than like stuff that came out. Like, but like I said, "Beg for Mercy," the G Unit album. I think that was the first one that came out. That was my buddy, my buddy. Oh my god, wherever I go, he goes. I lay your ass out, motherfucker. It's simple. Stay in your place, I recommend. Say hello to my little friend. And I forgot. No, but Loyd Banks part on that, I can't think of it right now. But I feel like he's like he was like
I'm gonna do.
infrared beam in a scope for distance. He gonna ride with me to the end. We all got a friend, and mine is a GU and my buddy, my buddy. Wherever I go, he goes. You can't put a G unit song. Put a Loyd Banks song against Fab.
I'm saying we just hear
because he ain't in no group. Oh, we gonna get infrared beam and a scope for distance. I don't know, cause I'm crazy and I like guns. So every time I hear a song and they talk about it, I be like, it make me feel like.
All right, Loyd Banks verse. Let's see if I can read it.
Let me see it.
Everywhere I go, I gotta tag along, cause my blood's getting strong and they mad I'm going and they mad I'm on. You ride with me when I pass them all. And hate on the bench when they run the game of basketball and squeeze and I'll make a basketball, grab and crawl. You need bulletproof vest, mask and all. Bring your buddy when it's time to roam. Why? Because the last time I left mine at home. Hand bling full of platinum and shine and chrome. And I ain't got a close space inside my home. He ain't never been broke. He glitches so reliable. I bought him a rubber coat for Christmas.
Infrared beam and a scope for distance.
The best
company when approaching
business. He gonna ride
with me to the end. We all got a friend. And mine is a GU and my buddy. Okay. My buddy. Okay. Wherever I go, he goes. 50 Cent part was good too. 50 Cent, I like 50 Cent. Even I like his music. He get on my nerve with his antics. He mad petty.
The bars. Let me tell you about the bars. The bars, because they talking about a gun, right? Whenever I hear somebody talking about a gun, I think about a comparison to Nas track. Because when you do this,
what got yourself a gun?
No. What's the name of that song?
I like Young Buck too. I have Young Buck album straight out of Cashville, and that was good to me. Now I think Loyd Banks is better though, but Young Buck is good. They all Tony Ayo was.
I think it's Power or something.
Oh, that's some old Nas. I don't know.
Like if you talk about
the only old songs I know,
I gave you Power. Okay, that's I gave you Power. All right.
The only old songs I know by him is the commercial ones, like "I Ruled the World." And that song.
If I ever hear somebody rapping about
"You Can Hate Me Now,"
in comparison to a gun, I'm thinking about this. My body cold is still. For real, I was made to kill. That's why I keep me concealed under my car seats and sneak me in clubs. Been in the hands of mad thugs. Feed me when they load me with mad slugs. 17 precisely, one in my head. They call me Desert Eagle. Send me over for yo, like he really broke it down specifically. Like yo, this is done in comparison, and not taking nothing from what Loyd Banks said. But but you talking about Your buddy. The name of the song is My Buddy, My Gun. It shows the versatility. Like Fabolous would have killed this. Like talking about a gun, like he would have had thorough ass entendres in that shit. Like everywhere I go, I gotta tag him on because my buzz getting strong. Ain't mad I'm on. He ride with me when I pass him on. Wait for me on the bench when you run a game of basketball. One squeeze and I'll make a basketball. So now you're talking about him as the gun. You're not talking about your friend. Feel me? Your friend is the gun.
No, he's saying if I squeeze the gun, if I squeeze my buddy.
But he has possession of it. It's not his friend. Your friend is another person, right? So like if I like to use the gun as a female, so I can relate it to sex and how our relationship relates to sex, and I'll make that into my day. I wrote several different ways of doing that, but I take it from the idea of what Nas did with what his shit, and I'm not gonna never release my shit until I feel like I've done it the respect it deserves. I feel like my buddy, in comparison to what Fabolous kind of creates lyrically with like his Michael Jordan shit. His Michael Jordan shit, that shit was thorough. Like I don't think Loyd Banks has something that's topping that as far as a flip or a theme. This is what we call a scheme. He's not really doing a strong gun bar scheme, if I could be critical. And motherfuckers probably gonna hate me for that. But I'm really being critical. Am I wrong being critical like that though?
No, that ain't probably his best song, but I like it.
But you get what I'm saying though, right?
Yeah.
As far as like, yeah, relative to it's too many things in there. Some stuff
we on fire.
My hand bling full of platinum to shine his chrome. He even got closet space inside my home. He ain't never been broke. He glitchless. He's so reliable. I brought him a rubber coat for Christmas. I like that one.
Infrared beam and a scope for distance. Best company when approaching business. He gonna ride with me to the end. We all got a friend, and mine is a GUN. My buddy.
I think it would have been better if he personified the gun using comparisons of the gun. And I'm gonna let you hear my shit after this, and you tell me if my shit corny. Because I don't got it memorized. I wrote it.
Well, memorize it first. I hate when you do that.
Because
it messes up the way. It messes up the way.
I know you could just like. You could if I say it, if I rap it, I don't know if you're gonna catch it as soon as I say it when I rap it. But I'm not giving you enough credit, so you know what? I'm memorizing.
You said what? Before
when I rap it, I be thinking you're not gonna catch it when I say it the way.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're not giving me enough credit.
Because sometimes I say stuff intentionally.
But I'm not gonna say anything anyway. I'm waiting for you to finish before I don't want to interrupt while you.
You know what I do that I hate is I'll explain the bar.
I hate it too. If I don't understand it, I will ask you. And then you're interrupting, you're stopping rapping to say it. So it's like, just finish the rap and then you could go back and if you feel the need to, but don't unless I say I don't understand. I don't have a problem saying if I don't understand.
Like I said, I'm so or fly. Who's that? I'm so fly. My attire come with a black box, and then you'll be like, what?
Airplane.
But see, then I'll be like, all right.
I only know that from Soul Plane. See, I didn't know because Monique said, "I'm gonna ride that little black box to the see a high hole silver or something." That's how I knew. Found out with them. But at some point, I didn't because I don't
like a lot of people probably didn't get some shit. Real G's moving silence like lasagna.
Yeah, because of people don't know how to spell. Yeah, and they
spell, you ain't gonna get that one.
And they don't. Oh my God, There are so many people that do this. They'll put is that a homophone where they'll put like over there, but they'll put there as in ownership, or they put TOO when it's just supposed to be one O, depending on what they're talking about, like their homophone, sound the same. I think that's what it's called.
Homonym. Homonym. Words that sound the same but have different meanings.
Yeah, and they're spelled the same too. But yeah, people be doing that, and I see it all the time on social media, and then it's like, do you? And it's not a mistake. Sometimes you be typing fast and you do that. I'd be like,
Are you a grammar police?
I don't say anything, but I can't help it because like
I can't stand grammar police.
I don't say anything to them. I said, but in the back of my mind, I'd be like,
No, but you know why? You know why I can't stand grammar police because I'm a people person.
I
I
don't say
I take
anything. It
pride.
doesn't make me
No,
well.
it doesn't make you a bad person for not saying anything or saying anything. What
No,
I'm
I'm
saying
saying
is,
I don't look at them different, but I'll
some
be
people
like,
do,
you a
and
little
I
slow.
feel very strongly about this. So I gotta tell people in the world. I don't I don't feel like, okay, for for instance, if I work in an environment where people we have to cite, I have to look at documentation. Things have to be clerically correct, grammatically correct, right? And people make mistakes, but I understand what they're saying. Am I less of a person because I bring it to their attention and tell them that they made a mistake? No, I'm not. I don't think I am. I don't know if anybody else thinks I am, but I'm not, right? But if I do, then I should owe them, you know, a justified reason of why I'm so involved in making this grammatical suggestion for them, right? And then if I want to, because everything is choice. You don't have to do anything, but if you choose to go down this path, you know that there's consequences that can be avoided if you didn't do this, and then you're going to justify it with, well, they made a mistake. I'm not wrong for making a mistake. Well, you had a choice, knowing the consequence. So if you knew the consequence, the possible consequence, then you are wrong because you're just thinking that that person is. It's my right to correct this person. Like, who the fuck are you? You know what I mean?
Yeah, no. And
I
let
can't
me
stand it.
correct
And
my.
I'm a perfectionist, so it'll fucking freak me the fuck out. I'll be like, motherfucker, why you gotta tell me? Like, you know what I mean? Let me be dumb for a second and be like, damn, my bad. But you gotta point it out. Right.
Oh, and I messed up myself because I said and it's spelled the same, and it's not spelled the same, and that's the whole point that I make it because they be spelling the wrong word. But but no, I don't say anything to people, but I do be like, I don't know, because it's some people because they don't know. It's I don't know. I feel like that's I guess obviously everybody doesn't, but it's like, what were you doing in school when they were teaching you this stuff? Because too many people. I guess that's what I'm getting at. I think too many people do it, and I think basic grammar. I mean, I guess you don't really need it, but depending on what job you're doing, like yeah, people. If you're typing up documents and stuff, and they have spell check, but people still be
Motherfuckers be
or
like,
don't.
word splurs. Who gives a fuck, bro? Tomato.
Yeah, like no, because then some
Tomato,
people
tomato.
will be talking junk. Like I'll see something on social media, and they'll be talking junk about somebody, and they'll spell it wrong. They be missing words or something, and they be like, "How you talking junk?" And you can't even. Those be the main people too that be doing it.
Yo, the trolls that spell grammatical errors, yo, that should be kind of funny. You don't even want to say anything because they're not smart enough to spell their insult. Like if you could insult me and that shit like be grammatically perfect, I'm gonna be like, damn, that was a
And
good
now
one.
what
You know
I
what I
do,
mean?
I don't
But
put
if you fuck
punctuation
something up, you can't fuck up
when
one
I'm.
one word in that motherfucker. You can't do. I don't want no acronym. I don't want you to do the LMFAO. None of that shit. Spell your fucking words. Cause I'm gonna take whatever
I just no, I'm saying when I'm texting, I just talk slang. Like I don't be trying to put completion. I don't put punctuation and stuff like that. Or whatever. I mean, I might put like dot 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 or something, or put a question mark. But I don't be trying to. I'm not writing a paper because I'm. But if you gonna post it online, like come on, and then you got spell check too. That's no, I'm saying
Don't
when people post
in text,
people.
and then some shit be fucked up because you using slang shit.
No, I'm saying people post stuff online, not from someone else, but they'll write a status and they'll be saying, and I'll be like, it's one of your friends too. We ain't gonna say.
Oh shit.
They be.
Oh.
They don't. You know who?
It might be a lot of them. A lot of my boys can't spell.
No, but it's one in particular. He is. I don't know. He a little touched.
Let me clean that up. They're still great businessmen, and they're still, you know.
Yeah, I'm not saying like that, but it just be he don't be talking junk, but he be just posting stuff, and I be like, what the fuck? Well, I don't. It was when I had Facebook. I don't have Facebook anymore, but I was friends with him. I do find him on Instagram, but he don't be putting. But when I had Facebook, I used to see stuff. And mom too. She said she would be seeing it. She like, I'll be like, what the hell is he trying to say? Because it will be missing words and stuff, or just like I don't know. He'll write a whole paragraph
some
about.
Lazy. Some niggas just be like, you know what I'm talking about. No,
and they don't even care. Yeah, just leave it.
Like nah,
you got guests and
like,
shit.
I'm not a grammar police, but I do like when you insult me. That's when I'm gonna be a grammar police because I'm just gonna be a dick. But there are people where their intelligence is questioned. So then they'll be like, all right, what you said that's some deep shit. Even though you couldn't spell it, that's just deep. That shit hits hard. So I'm like now we having a conversation like nigga call me nigga. When they invented voice notes and I was like yeah these niggas can't spell for shit. Nigga just say that shit nigga. What you trying to say? You know what I mean? Like that shit helps a lot. Like you know what I mean? But some motherfuckers like we have an understanding so we know men are shorthanded with language. We say what needs to be said and try to get right to the point. And most people understand that jargon. When men communicate amongst themselves, we understand because we speak that language. But like trying to explain the short terms to other individuals that's not in our groups, they're not gonna really understand that shit. But sometimes the motherfuckers are just straight illiterate. Like it might just really just be that. Like there's no other explanation.
Yeah, I don't care if it's like just friends or whoever, like people like that. But what I will say when it comes to like dating, like I don't know, I be trying to ignore because they don't be like that. Don't mean they're dumb.
You want
like
you that can't read?
No, listen, that's not can't read though. That's not can't read. No. Listen, okay. I'm gonna tell you, they can read. No, that's crazy. If you can't read,
but they can't spell.
No, that's what I'm saying. It do make me be like, but if I could have a conversation with you and you still coherent and shit, but be thinking about it. So yeah, it's like when it comes to dating, like I can't, like I be trying to be open minded, but I'm like that's why I said because like you said, don't write me nothing. Send me a voice note. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't know,
and it fucking singing telegram.
Because yeah, I don't know, and that did happen before, and I was like,
that'd be crazy. Like people could sing and they can't read, and like Fantasia. Remember Fantasia?
She learned though, because she had a daughter.
She learned how to read. Yeah, oh yeah. Reading her bedtime stories, lying, looking at the pictures and shit.
And what's his name? That boxer.
Oh,
Mayweather.
Oh yeah, I be forgetting about Mayweather. Yeah.
Joel's listen, and I love you, Joel's, okay, but you tripping.
But niggas wasn't supposed to be able to read. Oh, that shit sound ignorant, don't it? It's like niggas was doing other shit. Like niggas was really doing labor, so it didn't require them to be able to read no shit. Just this is how you do it and do it right. You know what I mean? And keep doing it. And they just developed all types of injuries and all types of shit because they didn't use their brain as much. They just used their physical ability to lift things up and put them down.
Joel Santana said, You don't really need to know how to read. You just know how to. You just need to know how to count money. You can have somebody read stuff to you. This is what he said, and I'm like, yo,
I ain't gonna hold you.
well, how?
A rich guy. I always gotta say rich guy because I don't want to put his name out there. But I think you know, guy that owned the building or the place that you used to work at. This guy said, well, not the guy that owned the building, the guy that owned the building that was renting from the guy that built that. But anyway, this guy said the only thing that you need to know to be rich is you need to know English, like really like go to school and learn English. So you might have to learn how to read like 2 books and accounting. So a rich dude did say that math is definitely important, but reading is also fundamental. So that's ignorant. But yeah, a lot. That's another thing. That's another hit at our culture. Like sometimes we give people grace, you know what I mean? But I give us grace, but I'm not gonna say that I don't. I'm just gonna say shit. It is what it is. Like, you know what I mean? I know shit is fucked up, but I would make an exception in the regard of somebody that I probably care about, and not that I would be an accomplice to some shit, but I would just be like, yo, like, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna be the one that's gonna turn you in. I'm not gonna tell on you, but I don't want to be a part of your bullshit. You know, just like you said, I never told on nobody, so I'm not gonna start doing that shit. You know, and my kid especially, my kid, what? I might hide my kid. What do you mean? Like,
It
that,
depends
to me,
on
like,
what you do.
I feel like some type of shit, like, all right, like my kid did something like crazy violation, right? It's still my kid, yo. You feel me?
Your
They're a
honor,
person. I'm a person. We're all people here.
your
But then
honor.
not. But then the ultimate sacrifice is trying to make my kid make the right decision for themselves. If my kids say they want to turn themselves in, then I'm gonna let my kid do that. My kids say they need my help, and I know they won't pull me into that. If we saying hypothetical, then we're gonna do hypothetical all the way. Because of my wisdom, my kid will come to me on some shit, and I know they want to do whatever they said he did. It would have been some reason of how this shit happened and how it escalated the way that it did. Maybe there's somebody else wrapped up in this. I would at least consider it, but I would have to look more into it. But see, that'd be a problem. That'd be a conflict of interest for me to be dealing with that situation because that's too close. To me, family means something. It really do mean a loyalty that's never ending. It means um, fucking I'll die for the people that I really fuck with. Feel me? It means
Your honor,
uh-huh.
your honor.
It means your honor.
No, that show.
Yeah, that's what it means.
Remember when he hit the guy? He hit somebody on a bike because he was having an asthma attack and he dropped or
Oh
he
yeah,
dropped
yeah,
his
yeah, yeah.
inhaler.
See, yeah, shit like that. Like, I mean,
He was gonna turn him in, but then
it's shit.
he
Yo,
found
it's
out.
really shit that makes shit crazy. But then it's like, I wouldn't want my kid to go down that shit if my kid is not trying to go down that path. Now, if my kid was like headed down the path of destruction, I take that on the chin as a parent, honestly, because how did I not see this happening? If your kid became a serial leader, according to statistics, there would have been signs throughout the childhood, and that would mean neglect on the parents' behalf. There's not one case of some trauma that nobody was aware of. All these people got criminal histories,
There do be
mental
people that be
histories,
saying
and all
that
type of shit. It
he
don't just
raised them well
they
and
don't
he
just
had
be
a good
cracking.
life.
They don't there's rare a case where they crack and then they just became this all of a sudden wild. You know what I mean? Nah, it was shit that they've been through.
That's what I'm saying. Some people, I don't believe them, but I have seen a couple of cases when I watched documentaries where they grew up in they might not be a serial leader. It was one person.
And then another thing I think about how old the serial leader is in that case too, because if it's some shit from like the fucking 40s and back and shit,
no, this is
them
like
niggas
modern
was
times.
terrible.
It like these new like from the 2000s. Those are most of the documentaries. Like they got
But
shows.
shit, if it's around that time, then it's probably what the fuck they was watching on TV. But that's still neglect on the parent, like not paying attention to what's going on in your household. You know, shit. They don't see what's going on with their kid, and that's how the fuck this happens. Your kid watching fucking people getting peeled apart and shit. Yeah, your kid is probably gonna be sick. You know what
Because
I
they
mean?
too young to understand that, and the fact that you could sit there and watch it as a kid and not be
because kids like
disturbed.
cartoons and shit. But they start putting crazy shit in the cartoons, like they doing it to these kids. But sometimes you gotta be involved. Like I used to watch Beavis and Butthead, Ren and Stimpy, The Simpsons, Futurama. You know what I mean? I watch all
None
those
of the
shows.
shit that you should be watching as a kid.
Yeah. Rocko's Modern Life. That came on in the regular time.
And then they had Adult Swim, but you was probably older.
Yeah, Adult Swim came out later, and I was like, what the fuck? Adult Swim made me realize, like, they set shit up. Like, I believe there are conspiracy theories that are probably true. Because why would they even allow something to be on TV and you could just get easy access to it like that? Why would it be like that? And if my old ass could get access to everything, then I know these kids could do it. So why would you have it so accessible? I want to understand why there's now they're starting this shit with these rules where they're gonna monitor what kids are having access to and shit. So they like 16 or some shit. Good luck with that shit. You done fucked up for decades, yo. The damage been done. You just gave up on us. Now you want to try it with them. It's like we're like in the fucking post-apocalyptic state of the world and shit. And now you trying to do all this shit. It's crazy. Let's talk about. Let's get right to it. Shit. Epstein Files exposed Trump, JayZ, and Pusher T. So, Epstein Files. These files, these alleged files, have been. Oh man, the Epstein Files. You know what it remind me of? You know what it remind me of? The X Files, yo. The X Files.
How X Files was.
The X Files was like paranormal, right?
Yeah,
conspiracy theory, right? Because this shit, the private, don't that sound like some conspiracy shit? A private island.
JayZ or Beyonce bought each other an island.
I'm not even saying it like that. I'm saying this whole idea, like there's this private island, nobody knows. Nobody knew about this for decades. There's this private island nobody knows about.
They knew because there was
they're smuggling kids over there. No, when I saw the shit back in the 2000s, earlier 2000s when I seen the shit, I was like, what the fuck is this? And I seen there was a girl that had came forward. She was talking about something, and they showed when she got older, she had been hiding for so long, and it was a whole thing. Like it was like, what the fuck is going on? And this was way before 2017, because 2017 shit hit the fan crazy because they had the Me Too movement.
Every few years there's some big thing like Pizzagate.
But this had been since 90 something.
Pizzagate was in like I don't know, like there's always something crazy happens every.
This was wild because, like, to me, I think we always be saying that Donald Trump is the worst person. I think it always comes to some political shit. Every single one of these situations have like a political tone. Like I don't think don't think any of these people are bigger than the monsters that kept them on the leash. You know what I'm saying? Because they knew what they was doing. This dude with this private island shit, it was a conspiracy. Because like I said before, I said this. Some of these conspiracy theories are true. That's what I said. So I'm not negating. We not arguing about it. But my whole thing is like this shit is like the X Files. Like it's the X Files because you never watched it. But the X Files is like it's an area in the FBI underneath the fucking whole fucking building or whatever, and it's an office that got a whole bunch of files with shit that is a whole bunch of wild shit, and it's this one fucking FBI agent that believes all the shit, and everybody thinks he's crazy because he believes all this shit is true or whatever. So they sent the doctor down there to work with him as another FBI agent to go on these wild goose chases, supposedly. And every time he went on these so-called wild goose chases, he would prove his theories to be correct, and that the government was just simply covering these things up. So when I'm saying the X Files is that this is like the X Files because they're making it like this big thing that the government is covering up. They keep it sequestered in an area, you know what I mean? So people don't really know what's going on about it. And they got these other people that are like flagging shit out there and saying, "Oh yeah, I know this is true. The truth is out there," and they're going out to seek it. Oh, he didn't die. Um he didn't it wasn't suicide. It was a homicide or whatever. Like all of those theories.
Oh yeah, they
Coming up
that.
about this whole the files, the files, the files, the files.
And why they
Now
blocked?
the files are out, and they're saying that JayZ's name is up there, Donald Trump's name is up there, and Pusher T's name is up there. They hate Donald Trump though. So let's just frame it like everybody is like against him anyway. JayZ, his own people been against him for a minute. Now I just heard Beyonce lost 10 million fans on one of her social media platforms. If you know the exact social media platform, put it in the comments if you can find it. I don't know, but she lost 10 million fans, 10 million followers because of JayZ's alleged connection to these quote unquote Epstein files that have just been released, right? And Pusher T being the handler of alleged victims in these so-called Epstein files, and JayZ being not so much as involved in the situation, but just being a name said as being in the room at the time of these alleged things that have happened. So I don't know, like you know what I mean? Like I'm like shit.
Well, I'm surprised about Pusha T because I didn't even think he was, not because of his character, but because of his notoriety in the current in modern at this time. Um, I wouldn't expect him to be in that circle. He also doesn't strike me as somebody that would, but I didn't think that JayZ would either. I guess, but I feel like he's like a lower level celebrity, so it's like a little um at this time. I mean, he did have a nice run, but right now he's kind of like, and it wasn't very long. I don't think his, so I wouldn't expect him to be around those who are involved in something. Because I feel like mostly it's the elite people, and I don't see him on that level. But they're all a bunch of weirdos in Hollywood, so you never know. But and and just because they were there, again, we still have no real proof, which is like, why are you? Because that's just saying that they went to the island. That's not enough to convict anybody. So
It's
if
saying
you don't
more than
have,
they went to the island. It's saying that there was actual.
but the list was of the transcript from the flight of all the
No,
people.
the files are documents that were gathered from witnesses. So testimonies, names, things like that. And in these so-called files, these documents, specific names were identified in there. Some of which can be named a few, because
No,
the
but
hip
I'm
hop
saying there's
community
also
is
a
something
list,
that people
like
are,
a manifest of the people who went there too.
Well, they labeled different interactions with certain individuals on this list. Like they said that someone got their 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 area bit when they were doing something. So the the person that they said that was involved in that situation allegedly was our commander in chief.
Right.
So this is all alleged shit on paperwork, and that's why it's like it's crazy. Like
Yeah, and I
just
seen
their
that
name
when
being
she said,
named in there,
"Wait,
but in this place of where your name is being named, like we were talking about the Max B part, like if your name is just in there, like okay, were you in the room or something like that, and he said I don't want to answer that, he could have said that, but if you say yes, you were in there in that documentation, and this is verbatim of what you're saying, then that's different as opposed to these people being like they were there. Like fuck that. Somebody said you was there. This is your name. Now you gotta prove your innocence. I was not there. Versus you being in the room and they interrogating your ass and saying, "Did you do this?" And you fucking saying, "Yeah, it was me. It was me, motherfucker." But most people not gonna do that shit. Like who the fuck? Like turning yourself in. Like once you committed a crime, you committed. You gotta see that shit to the end. You gotta ride that shit out to the sunlight.
the crime is over.
Yeah,
You
you
just
done did what you did. You robbed a bank. You did whatever. You purged. Now you gotta get. Now you gotta get out of there.
well, prayers go out to these alleged victims.
Absolutely, big one, big prayers, big angels. So I got a question for you. Kind of had a little discussion about it yesterday.
Why is the sky blue?
When a king loses his queen to a pauper or a peasant, who takes the L?
Why is it gotta be so extreme?
That's
What
what
is what is a peasant? If you a regular person, we all peasants. Cause let's put it to we're
a
not
king?
rich, we're not royalty,
It
we're
don't
not
matter.
we
It don't
regular
matter. It don't
people. So
matter.
I can't speak on that because I don't live that life.
If I changed it to a king loses his queen to a king, that's different. That's competition. You're
But who
basically losing
says
your
that
queen.
they're not a king?
That's
Are
that's the
they
question.
really a king, or you're
The
just using
question
that
says
term
that.
like,
The question,
"Hey, my
I'm
black queen"?
no, I'm saying a literal sense. In a literal sense, generally speaking, a king, an actual king, a person that rules over all who survey.
That's not the same conversation.
That's the conversation I'm having.
JayZ is not a king.
Yo,
Because
this
this is
can't
what
change
this
what
is
I'm
why
saying.
no, but
You
this is
can't change
why
what I'm
because
saying.
you're saying this is the conversation that we had the
But
other day.
this
You
is
said that.
okay.
So
But
he's
the
not
question
a
is,
king.
but the
So
okay, we're not talking about him though, right?
obviously, if you're
Because I
talking
said
about the
right,
real
right.
term, then
We're not.
yeah,
We're
you're
talking
saying
about
the real term.
who
You said
takes
a
the
king,
L
real royalty.
when the king
Yeah. So
loses his
that's
queen
real
to a
royalty. So
pauper
that's not no
or a
argument
peasant.
because
Who
that's
takes the
something
L?
that's actually on paper. You're literally a king, and these people are beneath you are referred to as peasants or whatever.
Okay.
So that's Okay. But it's still the
So
same
what?
thing. She
So
might be
so I'm
more
saying who takes the
fulfilled in
L?
the relationship
That's what I'm saying. Who
with
takes the
that.
L? Yeah,
It's
go ahead.
still the
Finish it up.
same answer because just because he's a pauper, if that woman is more fulfilled and that she could
So you're saying
possibly be,
everybody takes the L?
I'm saying you or whatever, but you can't say that. Everybody doesn't equate money or
Have you ever
royalties
seen
to
the
like.
movie First Night? First Night with Richard Gere and Sean Connery and some chick. Well, anyway, in that movie, he was Sir Lancelot. Richard Gere was Sir Lancelot, and he went through this thing called the Gauntlet, where people have died trying to go through it. He just went through it, skipping past shit, going over shit, crazy shit, right? Little obstacle course type of shit. He went through it twice, right? He's amazing, and he was doing it to impress Guinevere. Guinevere was the fair maiden. She was the wife to be of King Arthur, who was Sean Connery, who was very old, much older, right? He had gray beard, gray hair, everything, but he was King Arthur, you know what I mean? But he knew Lancelot had his eyes on Guinevere. And Guinevere ended up going with Lancelot, right? Now, he's the king. Now they're both going to be, pledged to be beheaded or some shit, type shit, or cast out of the country. You know what I mean? I would say Guinevere took a L fucking with Lancelot. You don't fuck around with the hell. Everybody knows that. But she felt more fulfilled, more emotionally driven. Oh, he's so dreamy. Look how adventurous he is. I remember when Arthur used to be like that. Arthur old as fuck. He got an army on us, so he don't gotta do that. He's King Arthur. He's not Sir Arthur. You feel me? He's king, bro. So you gotta look at it different. Like I don't.
No, that you gonna look at it how you look at it, but it only should matter to the person who's actually in the situation. If she feel like she took the L, then that's only they're the ones that's in the situation. So no one on the outside opinion
So if
matters
she
about.
doesn't feel like she took an L, is she delusional?
No, because if she's fulfilled in that relationship, how is that unless she's lying about it and she's just saying that to save face because people think she looks dumb. But if she's genuinely that's who she wants to be with and she feels like she's better off in that relationship than the past one, then no, she didn't. Because she don't you can say you somebody took an L, but you're not them. So if it's not affecting them negatively and they're thriving in their life and they're better than before or they feel more fulfilled, whatever is most important to them, they're getting all of those things, then how does your opinion make them delusional? It's only delusion if she's lying about it and or pretending that she is fulfilled when she's really not.
But if you're a queen, you like the highest level of a woman, right? And you're gonna be replaced with another queen, but you can't just replace the king.
You shouldn't care what they did
So
after
like
you if y'all
you
are no longer
now
together.
you're not gonna be the queen no more and fuck with a motherfucker that worked for the king. And y'all probably gonna get
You just adding extra stuff
beheaded.
because now you see, look,
It's
you
true.
just make it to the extreme.
It ain't extreme.
That
I
is
said a
because
king.
otherwise you're gonna get
A
beheaded.
king. A king. Come on now. A king. A king to not to another
Why would he
king.
behead her if
Not
they
to
left?
another king.
If
Because he might be a compassionate king, but kings gotta make an example. Like they're gonna have to.
but
Like
if
they
he
gotta have to
left
tell
her
like men.
and he
You should be
married
able to
another
keep your
queen,
wife. Like
why
I
would
don't
he do
understand
that?
why my wife left. It was something wrong with her. Or something wrong with me or whatever. You know what I mean? They gonna make her walk through the crowd and they gonna all throw feces at her. Because that's what they do. They did that in Game of Thrones. Because that's her punishment. You know what I mean? For that. And then you could go and be with whoever you want now. But there's no shame.
She has that right.
That's what I'm saying. There's no shame. She has that right. That's
People should
exactly
be
what I'm saying.
ashamed for a
There's no
lot of
shame.
stuff
There's
that
no
they're
shame.
not. I don't think that's you should be ashamed if you in a relationship with a nigga and he whipping your ass and you stay with him. You should be ashamed if you're addicted to heroin or some other hard. You should be ashamed because you should want to stop that before you kill yourself or something. If you got a real problem, you should be ashamed if you're a serial unaliver or a serial rapist or something like that. You should not be ashamed of the person that you chose to be in a relationship and they chose you. If you're ashamed, then you're with the wrong person. Because why are you ashamed of that? Just because other people are ashamed for you, that doesn't dictate what you're going through. So that's why I said no one on the outside opinion matters. If they feel like they took an L and they wanna like, oh, I need to go back with him. I need to be back with him and they regret it, then yeah, they took an L. But if that's not what's going on in their mind and they're fine with the decision that they made, they can live with it, then nothing no one else said. It doesn't matter. You can have your opinion, but that doesn't make their feelings invalid.
If the king's a piece of shit, then people might consider it. But I still, because when you bring the feelings into it, it's different dynamic with the feelings.
Because that's what you're saying, a feeling. You're saying she should feel like she took a L, or that is a loss, or you feel that it's a loss. That's your feeling. That's your opinion.
The feeling of taking an L is like I lost.
Yeah, but you like, not in like, it. That's what I'm saying. So you can't dictate that. It's not a feeling of a loss.
Like when I lose. Like, you know what I mean? When she loses, she loses. So I'm saying she lost. I'm just saying she lost. A fact.
How is he lost if she left him? That's what she wanted to do. And she feel dumb about it, and she want to be back with him.
And got with a pauper instead of being with another king. You wasn't worthy of being a queen somewhere else. That's what I'm saying. I guess in the matter,
that doesn't mean she's not worthy. That could just be who she want to be.
Right. But I'm saying from my standpoint of what I'm saying is just her status is not didn't go upward. So if her status goes upward, then that could be significant. If her status didn't go upward, then it's insignificant. Whatever her relationship was, it was either neutral or it didn't have a significant change. I'm saying from a queen to a pauper, from a king, like now she's not gonna be a queen anymore. Like, you know what I mean? He's still the king. Unless that pauper beat him in battle and took over the country and became the king. That's different. That's a different dynamic. But if she just left the family and all that shit, because she's not gonna get the kids. He's the king. She's not getting. She's gonna be by herself with this pauper because he's not gonna leave his kids go unless she got kids with him, and then he's gonna make her suffer with the kids in the coldest, worst conditions. He's gonna tell people don't feed them in the town and all types of fucked up shit because of probably ego, and he's the king. He's gonna be like hell to the king. He's gonna make him do. He's gonna make him do wild shit. And plus, he's the king. And because I'm thinking the king, that's dictatorship type shit. So the king, you probably gonna be telling her what to do. And ain't nothing she can do about it because you're still the king. Knight's gonna be like, the king wants you in his chambers immediately. And you got no choice but to go to his chambers immediately. And be haste. So you gotta get on a chariot. They're gonna get you a chariot, bring you there. The husband gotta stay in the hut. You know what I mean? Keep the fire going for the kids that y'all had together. He just got to stay there in the hut. You doing God knows what with the kid.
Bars. You do not stay there in the hut and you doing God knows what. Well, I just think, like I said, it only matters to the person in the situation. You can have your opinion, but it's not. That doesn't invalidate what's actually going on. You're speaking from your perspective if you were in that situation. some people do regret it. Then yeah, because
Some
you're
people,
not getting what you
because you
want.
know what? Some people look at certain people's opportunities. I know I do. I'm not gonna hold you. I do. I look at some people's opportunities and I'll be like, damn, I wouldn't fuck that up. You know what I mean? And I might fuck it up. But I wish I had the chance to be able to fuck it up. And since I don't have the chance to fuck it up and you do, I'm upset that you fucked it up. You know what I mean? That's really how I look at it. I be like, damn, people don't get a chance to be this newscaster, or they don't get a chance to be this movie star, or they don't get a chance to be this musician, or they don't get a chance to be this chief of police or chief of fire department or whatever. So you do all this high level of achievement, go through all these hoops and do all this shit to get to this point after all you sacrificed. 50 years later, the fuck up. Like, to me, it's stupid. So I'm just like saying in my head, like, I never put that much time into anything. Like, you know what I mean? So like I can't look at it from the same perspective that they're probably looking for. Like, yo, I'm human and shit. No, I didn't think you were human for a long time. Now I believe you. You are human. You're a human fuck up. Because if you work that hard to get all of those accolades achieved, you're exactly what humans are, fuck ups. We're all fuck ups. And that's what I'm saying. We just accept it. We just accept it and don't want to strive for further. It's hard. Like life is hard, but okay, then you wake up again. Figure something out. Shit, even Tom Hanks in Castaway, yo, that's a really great movie. He figured something out, man. Took that volleyball, made a face on it.
You
Wilson,
know what?
he did something with his time. Then at a point, he was like, yo, I'm going to get home. And he went for it. And he made it home. Lost his wife and everything. I think he got her back. It should be a part two.
I never watched.
Tom Hanks, he's an unforgettable actor. But then I be hearing about him, like, I'll be hearing all types of stories about people. No, I'm sorry, that was a movie. But yeah, nah, he's a great guy.
Who's a great guy?
On TV anyway, Tom Hanks.
Um,
Listen, you know what? One of my favorite movies from Tom Hanks of all
Forrest Gump.
time, Big, of all time.
Is that when he wake up and he's an adult from a kid?
Yeah.
They made that movie so many times.
Remember we went to Myrtle Beach. Remember that little thing? Then they gave you a ticket. It was like a little genie inside of a thing, and they give you a ticket. You don't remember that?
Where was we at when I know you said
we was on the crosswalk, and then we went into the arcade. We went into the arcade, right? Or we did.
I don't think we went to the arcade.
All right, we didn't go there. Well, anyway, they had this thing in here, and it was like the shit that give you wishes, like in fucking in the movie with Tom Hanks.
We did Ripley's something.
Oh yeah, that. But nah, no, this was different. So in the movie, he goes to this carnival that's in town, and they have this like little. It looks like a vending machine, but inside of it is like a genie, right? And you press the thing and it tells you to make a wish. You give it $1 or whatever, and you tell it to make a wish, right? And you make your wish. And he wished he was big.
Make your wish.
And it sent a little ticket out, but it wasn't like it was like the Disney version of that. So it's like put it in there, and it gave him a wish, and it made him an adult. So he woke up in his bed as Tom Hanks, this little kid, but he still had the mind of a little kid. But then he went to New York, and he just started getting a really good life. Like he got a great job. Like he excelled as an adult. Like you're like from a kid's mind. Like shit was crazy. He got to the top of the toy company. Like he got to to be in the executive level and shit. And this was like in like one day, like that shit was crazy as fuck. Like yo, that movie Big was crazy. It was crazy. I'm so excited. I want to watch it again. It was good.
They made that movie mad times.
Big?
Yeah, like with different people. Like it wasn't like that though. They didn't go and make a wish, but they might have said like, okay, 13 going on 30 with Jennifer Garner, and then they made another one actually called Big. With this was like a couple of years ago with Marsai Martin. She was on Blackish, one of the little kids on the show Blackish with Ross, Diana Ross, Tracy Ross, and what's his name?
How was it though? Out of those that you named, which one was the best one?
I like the newer one better, but I like the 13 going on 32. But that was this one was with black
and the
people.
newer one was it African American cast?
It had Regina Hall and Marsai Martin. I said the little girl, and
cause she was like working at a business or something, and somebody
she was
liked her.
Like the boss or something.
Cause like the Tom Hanks one, I thought the Tom Hanks one was so cool because it had Robert Loggia in it, I think. I can't really think of many movies. I don't even know how I know his name. But yeah. Robert Loggia. No, I know his name because in Family Guy there was a skit where Robert Loggia was like, "You don't know who I am? I'm Robert Loggia. Want me to spell it for you? Like Robert Loggia. O, like the O, Robert Loggia. B, like boy. I just met Robert Loggia. E, like E, Robert Loggia. Like it was like stupid. Like Family Guy is hilarious, bro. It's funny, but it's stupid. But yeah,
or it's called Little. That's what it's called, Little.
Little, okay, Little, okay.
It got Regina Hall. It got that girl. What is that? The Insecure. That show that she.
That's crazy though. Like your mind. So was it a mind swap?
No, she got. I don't know. She was. Yeah, she was.
So this is different. Big is different because you know what, Big. The kid.
No, she woke up and
the kid is missing. The kid is missing.
Yeah.
Like the kid is like literally missing. Like where's my son? That's Big. So now she got the cops looking for the nigga and shit, and the only person that knows the secret is his friend because he don't know how to change him back.
They get Little. She goes back down
so
to
she's
13.
An adult.
And she goes back down to 13.
Reliving that in that time period, or is she in the current time as a 13?
Yeah, it's the current time. Her life is still going on. She's the head of. She's like the executive.
So there's nobody to work for her.
She's acting like herself.
But I'm saying, but who's?
But she can't. She gotta pretend. She lied and said that that's her niece or that's her cousin. I don't know the little girl, but it's really her. But she's 13, but nobody's gonna believe.
So how's she gonna work and have fun? As a kid,
she went back to school.
Because the whole point of being a kid is for her to have fun or some shit. That's probably
she went back to school, but she still had to work.
Why she went back to school?
Because she owned. I don't know. Because she was 13.
I'm gonna check that out.
She was 13. It came out in 2019. Do me a favor,
watch Big then.
All right.
Tom Hanks is incredible, man. I'm gonna use that word.
It got Issa Rae, Regina Hall.
He's a great YT.
Luke James played.
You got some of them out there. What's his name? The boxer.
Tracy
Rocky Marciano. He's another one of the great YTs.
What's his name?
Rocky Marciano.
Rocky
Clint
Balboa.
Eastwood. Clint Eastwood, they said was a little racist, but he was up there. He would have been up there if he wasn't racist. So,
I don't know who all these other people is. I don't remember seeing them in the movie. But yeah, watch it.
Bruce Willis could have been up there. He could have been a great YT. When I'm thinking great YTs, I'm only thinking like actors. I can't really think of anybody outside of acting. That's not good. Sports. We got Larry Bird. Larry Bird could have been a great YT.
People are just, it doesn't matter. Stop talking about.
They just great. Some of them are great. Some of them are great.
But you don't have to say.
You don't want to sound like Uncle Ruckus saying that shit, but some of them are great. Some you want to be like, yo, because you know how thorough they was at whatever they did. And you're like, yeah, regardless of what this person thought, this person was really good at what they did. Fivio Foreign is beefing with Atlanta, I guess.
Ruga made a this about him. I don't know who that is.
Who's Ruga?
I don't know. I just seen it online. It's a rapper. I guess he's a battle rapper. I don't know.
Oh boy.
ROOGA, I think, or RU. Let me see.
Battle rappers coming at industry rappers.
I don't know who he is. I'm just assuming because I see it's called Fed Up.
Fed Up.
Sorry, it came out a day ago.
Don't even look at me. Fuck up. Who the fuck is Fivio Foreign?
And look at what beat.
Wow. He better go hard. You heard it? I know the state I was born in. If you ain't heard about the G's, it's best you go get informed in.
If you ain't heard about the G's, bet you go get informed there. I don't know. Yeah, I listened to it. I didn't listen to the whole thing. I sent it to you, I think. I thought, right? I listened to something because I don't even know who he is, and I don't know why.
I think that was the last one.
Yeah, I don't know why this is happening. I don't want to play it because we don't copyright. Let me see if I can find the lyrics. What's his name? Rooga. Yes, ROOGA. I don't think. First of all, there's already. Well, his name is Hell Rail, but he says Rooga Rail.
But why you not getting dissed by somebody in the industry?
Well, I don't know who he is.
You getting dissed by somebody outside the industry?
Let's see. Do they have the lyrics?
When you said Rooga, I thought you meant Hell Rail.
That's what I'm saying. How you going? Come on now. You can't even do that. You gotta change your name.
That shit better be ill. He used the ether beat and he ain't nobody.
Ain't nobody.
I'm not a rapper.
He has
I ain't never heard of him.
She Ain't Proud. This is 2 years ago.
Price of a lunch today.
It's a song by him.
That's a little disrespectful. Especially if you from New York and you ain't got no motion.
Let that shit go crazy. That's why. Did he say Hell Rail? Or he said ill will? I don't know. He's singing. I don't. That's what it say. Yeah, he got He had dreads. He cut his hair. Is this the same person? Cause this was 2 years ago. This other song.
He came out 2 years ago.
This song came out 2 years ago. I don't know when he.
All on you. And it be crazy when they hating all on you.
I think that is him, but he had dreads and his hair is short now. Got like a low cut. But he's singing, so I'm confused. I don't know who he is either. But I don't know why. Let's see. Why did he make a
Maybe it's some gang shit. But I think that nigga from ATL though, cause he beat him with 21 Savage. Well, not beat him.
He challenged to a boxing match.
21 Savage.
Ruga.
Water before this shit. Now, Fivio Foreign. Why the f would you get on that platform and lie like that, bro? Let me explain this to y'all. I'm at the Dondi event in Atlanta. You walking past somebody else and now Malik just being Malik, he know Fivio Foreign be hollering at GDK and he know I'm GD. You see what I'm saying? He know I got GD out the all that shit going. So Malik being Malik, he like, Ruben, I want you to go in the room. I'm finna bring you in the room. I want you to holler at Malik. I said, I want you to holler at Fivio. I'm like, top it up with him, like, you know me, bro. I'm real level headed, so I'm just like, all right, cool. You feel me? Malik want to really put this shit together for me, so I'm gonna respect Malik word. You know what I'm saying? So I go to the room. It's me, Lil Chris, and Devo, and Malik. I get in the room. He in there with like 10, 15 of his niggas. It's like 10, 15 of them. This was his exact words when I walked in. I promise you. That man he say, hey man, I just want to tell you, bro. First of all, over drunk. You drunk as hell. You got liquor all on his breath. You drunk, dude. I'm talking to the nigga. He walk up to me. First thing he say, yeah, bro, that shit not meant for y'all, bro. That shit meant for somebody else. And we got other shit going on in New York and da-da-da-da. I'm just listening to him talk. You know how over talk, you just let them talk because they nervous. You can see the nervousness in it because he over talking and shit. I'm just paying attention to him over talk. So you know I'm from the rap for. We gonna analyze what's going on. We know when it be nervous. I know when it's nervous. So I'm just paying attention to him. He steady over talking. Yeah, that shit was meant for them, bro. And they say, I don't even listen to that like that, bro. I listen to bro, I don't even do that shit no more, bro. I stopped doing that shit a while ago, bro. Now I'm just like, this is exactly what I told him, folks. I'm a grown ass man, gang. I'm like, at the end of the day, you not my aunt, gang. You not. You from a whole nother state. You from New York. This is what I told him. I say, understand what you doing, though, gang. You dissing the whole nation, gang. Just because you say you into it with 10, 15 GDs, you diss the whole nation. Understand what you doing and understand that shit and understand that dark cloud you putting around yourself. That's what I told him, just like that, folks. I even say, because what if I got into it with 20 Crips and now I'm hollering Crip K on the internet or in my songs. You think when Crips see me, they gonna be cool with that shit? No,
GDK boy, what is you doing?
You see what I'm saying? And this so goofy and drunk ass, clown ass, goofy gang. Then say this is the only thing he said about fighting me on my son. This is what he said. This man just twisted some shit up, and Malik Yusuf was right there, and I'm gonna sit down with Malik, and we're gonna talk about this too. Malik Yusuf is the one that put it together. This Jay man, he got a lot for it. He the one put it together. That man, this is the only thing he said about fighting me. That man say, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I thought we was gonna have to fight, man. I thought you was gonna be on some bullshit. Get your ass out of here. What are you talking about? I thought we was gonna have to fight. That's because you was scared. That's because he was scared in his mind. He got it in his mind like, damn, I'm trying to me up. That's the thing, bro. I always hollering this GDK shit. But then when you gotta face the shit, he always explain to y'all self the shit. Yeah, G, that shit meant for them and them and them and them. But when y'all y'all songs, y'all just like this. Get your ass out of here. On my son, bro. I really should have smacked you. Only reason I ain't really do shit to you is because Malik told me just keep it cordial, Ruger. We ain't on that. We ain't trying to fuck up no bag. You know what I'm saying? But hands deep down, you really not my aunt, bro. You not my aunt, man. I don't even know your goofy ass. Your ass from New York somewhere, dude. You talking about Ruger, ducking, fade. Nigga, you crazy as hell, nigga. If my hood know I'll fight. If tell you that. If know I'll kick ass, boy. You hear me? Tekken style. I'll kick ass, boy. On scrap, bro. I will pick your ass up, put you on your head, put my knees on your arm, and punch your face in, bro. Don't Play with me like that, dude. You crazy as hell, dude. I'm from the rap. I don't duck no fights. We don't duck fights. I'll be thirsty as hell to tell me let's fight. That's on the earth. On the damn my son breathe, boy. I never in my life duck a fight. And then when y'all songs, y'all just like this. This is hell, dude. And I smack this. Matter of fact, call Aiden Ross. I've been seeing Aiden Ross post that he doing fights. He doing all this shit, putting this shit together. Aiden Ross. Come on, let's put that shit together. Tell Fivio Foreign we can put that boxing match together. You just do anything when they start going down, bro. Start saying anything, mentioning anybody. You mentioning me for. And DJ Akademiks, you always do this, gang. You always get on platforms and act about me. Stop asking about me, gang. If you ain't gonna get me on your platform and have me speak on myself, if you want to know so much about me, bring me on there and I'll tell you. You steady asking all these random ass goofies about me, folks. You did that same shit with Dirt. You get on there with Dirt, I steady asking them about shit with me, trying to get content off me. But on Scrap, you really don't even decide, bro. You don't put up. You don't be trying to get us on your platform. You don't get us on there to voice our opinion for our side of the story. You don't let us speak on our side of the story on your platform. Oh, bro. So if you ain't gonna let them speak their side of the story on your platform, stop asking about me, gang. And you, nigga Fabio, stop bringing me up, gang. On some real shit, gang. That shit lame as hell, gang. Every time I seen you at the Dundee event, your ass was tucking your tail, boy. You walking past your head down and shit, bro. And I was by myself down there every time in that bitch, boy. You in that bitch with all your, I'm deep. I'm by myself. You deep. I'm by myself. Ain't no playing with me. Because you know, I'm a gangster in that. Don't touch you. But this the main thing, gang. This is the main thing. You had 10, 15 with you. Every right there know your ass lying. Them you need to, you know, more for real. The dudes with you, bro.
So that's what he said. I guess there is gang ish. Because he mentioned GDK. When we talk about GDK, he does say stuff about that in the music. And Fabio's supposed to be a Crip, allegedly. So he's like, you automatically are op when you start talking about mentioning GDK. Like, you don't hear me saying Crip shit, talking about Crips and so, and I guess he said something about him specifically too. Fabio said something about Ruben specifically. So that's why it's beef. But
I think it's stupid to start a gang war, well, not even a gang war, to start uh, a coastal war, like a civil war, really, between Atlanta and New York. I'm not gonna ride with this nigga for this dumb shit. Like a lot of times, like, alright, we always get into a debate about who got better rappers, East Coast or in the South. And it's always been a thing. Atlanta got a lot of L's, but Atlanta is lit. I've been to Atlanta. Atlanta is a lit spot to be at. It's a lot of shit to get into. It's a lot of shit to do. It's a great place. But Atlanta is also Atlanta. And as far as like some of the other shit that people know about Atlanta, that's true too. So you just gotta be careful when you go out there. You really gotta be careful. Know your surroundings. Know what's going on. Know who you linking with. You can have a great time out there, but it's a lot of shit that be going on. But if you going out there for the ratio to women and shit like that, you're gonna have an awesome time. But on in the New York side of things, same thing. You got risk, but you can have a great time in New York. It just depends on where you are. It's a lot of sights to see. New York is amazing. You know what I mean? Especially at night, it literally never sleeps. So you gotta stay awake too. You wake up in your car. But it's awesome. It's awesome. I think there shouldn't even. I mean, I guess you putting people on the spot, and it's like they said, like, yeah, sometimes people say crazy shit because they just put on the spot, and that's when they just say anything. For those situations with 5 year, or maybe even So I don't know if he with it, then they need to just do their celebrity boxing match, get their bread. DJ Akademiks want to fight Lil Baby. DJ Akademiks always trying to, they always be saying he this, he that. This nigga asking for a fade
Fuck
with
that
Lil Baby.
celebrity boxing, man. You gonna fight, then fight
He
in
don't want
real
to fight. He
life.
want to make some money. He said he will fight Lil Baby, but he'd rather fight him professionally because he don't want nobody else getting involved in it or nothing like that. At least here it'd be in the ring and we could really get it in. And he said I'll knock his ass out. I'm like, all right. But I can't say I don't know. Lil Baby's is a smaller guy. He's a lot smaller than back then.
So what? That doesn't mean do he.
No, I'm saying he's a lot smaller than him, so it's possible.
I mean,
that
yeah,
he
if
get
he
knocked
hit
out.
him, if he have enough power behind his
Right.
hit. But if he,
Because you can't. Because one thing about any discipline is you never underestimate your opponent. So you want to make sure that when you get into that ring, that your hits are true and you're confident, and that you're not gonna let them just beat you up and just take your punishment. You're gonna play how you were taught to perform.
yeah, I'm saying if he know, I don't know if Lil Baby really loved that, what I don't know. These rappers be lying about, and I don't. He's supposed to be in the streets or was whatever. I don't know, but if he knows how to fight, and I don't perceive Akademiks, I feel like Akademiks is a bitch. He don't be fighting. He talk mad shit. I just get that perception from him. Lil Baby, I don't know. He has a reputation, but I don't know if it's true, and I don't really see him speak enough to get an an impression about him. But if he is like that, I think that he will wash Academics because because if he do got hands, if you hit, all he gotta do is get you with a few good ones, and then you ain't if you can't if he too fast because he could be smaller, but he might be quicker. It's just like the same thing. If his hit got power, he can knock you. He might can knock you out. Like so, then you ain't gonna get a chance. No matter how big you is, you ain't get a chance to hit him. So I don't, I don't know. But I'm sick of Academics. I feel like he has showed that he's like you're not really about that, and it's not good to be if you are. I mean, it is what it is. Whatever you. But I think you sit up here and talk all this junk, but you would probably call the cops. Like,
oh yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, I hate people like that. Like, I don't even like saying hate people. I rather say I hate what they do, but I'm saying I hate people that act like that because, like, why are you running your mouth and you know you can't fight or you don't even want to fight? You know you're gonna call the cops or something as soon as somebody do something to you. Shut the fuck up. All he do is run his mouth.
You gotta be like, you just don't detect me that.
Yeah, that's what he seems to be, but I could be wrong. I don't know these people personally. Going off his stuff I see him do. I don't even be listening to him. I can't.
Academics might be soft or he might be like I'm gonna be the professional dude, but a lot of times he be talking a lot of shit. He say a lot of shit on his shit. He got security. He got firearms. He's protected. He's protected by the laws of the land. So a lot of times people will be like, yo, like even though he's saying shit that we don't like, we really can't touch him unless we want to get involved in some legal shit. You know what I mean? And a lot of and today, like that's the thing that like if you really like afraid of a nigga a nigga is really more afraid of going to jail than anything. That's really what they be afraid of. A lot of motherfuckers feel like they don't even want to be in there for a day because that'll fuck up their emotions. Some motherfuckers don't care. There's motherfuckers out here that be like, nigga, I'll risk my freedom for a day, nigga, be jazzed.
Yeah, some people be like, I got the money. They
and I feel like that's a real man.
Go pay.
A real man saying like, yo, I don't give a fuck. Because some people would say it's a gentleman to not do that.
But you shouldn't be running your mouth because you're not a gentleman. If you're running your mouth, like a gentleman wouldn't even be starting shit. in the first place. They might defend themselves, possibly. But they're not going to start it. That's not. You're not being gentle. Like, why are you starting trouble with people? That's what I'm saying. He just go around talking shit every time a new scandal come out, and he don't just be talking about. Well, I guess we all do that because we give our opinions, but some stuff he just be doing too much. It's like you want to get smacked up, and then you know, like now you saying you want to fight, like, and then you calling him a like it's deep because you calling him a bitch, saying order, like, come on, like, you're not even like that. So and maybe he ain't like that neither. That's why you choosing to say that to him. Because I also noticed that you don't be talking like that to everybody.
You be talking like that to me.
Well, I don't know. Meek, they said he was messing with Diddy, so we don't know. I mean, that doesn't make him any less of a any. He's still a man, but I don't know why are you battling with rappers? You're a blogger, or what is?
Meek would have did a celebrity boxing match for him.
Cause he's. That's what I'm saying.
I just don't like how niggas be disrespecting niggas on the computer and won't really disrespect them.
That's what I'm saying. He's like, when I seen you, you did this, and you would like I told you.
Then you see Anton Daniels and Corey Holcomb.
They courting too. I hope they still talk about that.
I mean, they did. Yeah. It's been going sick though. Corey Holcomb done called out Anton Daniels' daughter and his wife. What? He made a little skit about it. He said his daughter ugly. All this
If
shit.
she look,
and then Anton Daniels trying to sue him for defamation and all this other shit.
You can't sue somebody for saying that your daughter's
ugly. Because she's not a public figure. She's a private minor.
You can't sue her.
You could. What's his name said that?
He had a skit. He had her likeness in the
lead
Oh, because he did a skit, but just saying that doesn't mean. I mean, you
no,
can't.
No. Before the skit, when he said all the shit that he said about his daughter, and he put her picture on the screen.
Oh yeah, that I didn't know he did that. I'm saying if you just say his daughter ugly, I thought that's what you were saying.
He did say she was ugly, yeah.
But I'm saying that's defamation because he called his daughter ugly. But aside from he put her picture out, did the skit, that's not just that. I thought that's was all he did was just say his daughter was ugly.
I mean, you could do a civil suit for that.
They not gonna
for something like that. I forgot what they called it, but it is something.
But yeah, no, putting her picture out.
I'm talking about everything that he did. He came on the
That's corny too. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like all these niggas is cornball.
I'm like, yo, how you gonna go in on this child?
And you too old for this.
He's like, but then you gotta think about it. It's a comedian.
Still, you can't.
You get the listen, man.
Harry Spears already got in trouble for.
Harry Spears got punched in the eye.
No, he got canceled because him and Tiffany Haddish when they was doing them.
But I'm saying he got
Bill Cosby skits.
He got punched in the eye by one of Corey Holcomb people because it was right on the air. You can find it online. He was sitting there and he was talking to the dude, and the dude he told him, he said, "Get out my face" or whatever. He wasn't touching him or nothing. He was like, man, fuck what you talking about, man. I'm from New York, man. And then the dude just got up and just started wilding on him. Blah, 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 blah. And then sat back down.
And then he sat down. He don't respect you.
Harry Spears sued that nigga.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
But then Corey Holcomb was like, man, you did that shit on a bitch. Harry Spears is a bitch, man. Shit, you won't do that shit on me, nigga. I ain't no Harry Spears. Well, he ain't say he won't do it on me. He said, I ain't no Harry Spears. He said, nobody said you was. But I'm just saying, you pull that shit on a real man, it'd be a different situation. It was like another thing to talk because he was getting a little on edge because of the conversation that they was having in the direction they was going. So with the anti-dick, like Corey Holcomb has been in situations or whatever. Obviously, he punched that lady. But Corey Holcomb has been in several situations.
What?
You didn't know about that?
Who punched somebody?
Corey Holcomb punched this lady last year. Punched her in the face. It was on camera and shit.
Why?
I guess she said something to him. Called him a bitch. I mean, some would say it's justified.
That's why I said people shouldn't be running their mouth. Why? How did it start?
But see, that's a woman and a man, so that's what I'm saying.
I'm not saying it's right, but this is like, some could be a consequence. Don't put yourself in that situation. He shouldn't have put his hands on her for talking, but you shouldn't be antagonizing people either. But I don't know the whole situation, how it started. Did she initiate the like? How did it?
I guess they're both. She's a comedian as well. And I guess something happened and whatever. Words were exchanged. And then that happened.
Here. Yeah, that's never. I don't have no
It was two in it.
I don't know. He crazy because I told my line with Twisted Tea because he gotta go somewhere tomorrow. But yeah, I don't know. He shouldn't have hit the lady. That's kind of crazy. But that's why you shouldn't be arguing with no man. Why?
That's what I'm saying. People be saying shit to people and they don't think that they're gonna fight them, and then they fight them. Then they learn that.
Well, they didn't fight. They just got hit.
But that's what I'm saying. Like you think that you're not gonna be any consequences when you're doing certain things, but I'm just saying words shouldn't make it like that. But
sticks and stones may break my
bones. Is mad disrespectful about certain people, but like I said, he pick and chooses who he's gonna go at. He's gonna go at Lil Baby. Lil Baby is like 4 feet something. You know what I mean? Lil Baby is like really the little guy. Like,
yeah, Lil Baby.
And then Akademiks wants to fight him because he's so gangster and this and that. Like let's what I mean, whatever. Because I guess the street stuff, he's against the street stuff. Whereas it's kind of contradictory because that's how you started acting. Like you literally started off the war in Chirac. That's where you really like got real popular online.
They said F the streets.
The streets is what got you where you at. So why would you say that? Like that's kind of crazy. Like you made a lane for yourself, and now
I think when the first person that said that, it was because they're saying F of what the negative stuff that comes with it. Not there's two different. They didn't say F the hood because that's different. If you live in the hood or you grew up in the hood or something, the streets is nothing positive about that. You could go to jail. You could be 6 feet under. You might take somebody else's life. You might lose somebody to the streets. I think that's what people meant, and it got misconstrued.
The streets is just like being outside.
I think that's where it got misconstrued. Because I think that's what they meant when they said F the streets.
Because it is negative. Like the streets is not really like a good thing.
And that's what I'm saying. They wasn't talking about
But it's really like what they talking about. Fuck the streets. They not talking about no fucking fuck the hood. They talking about fuck the street ideologies, like snitching, niggas snitches ain't welcome and shit like that. That's true, nigga. What the fuck? You can't change that. You can't change that when you want to change that shit. Like a snitch is a snitch, nigga. What the fuck? Don't get involved in that stupid ass shit and then get caught up and then you want the rules to change for you. No, bitch, you a snitch. The fuck?
But it is, you should teach your kids to say, fuck the streets.
You should
That
teach your
street
kids to not be
ideology.
in that life. Absolutely, I agree.
Okay.
But also, if your kid is gonna be in that life, your kids should know what comes with that. You're gonna bring harm to your family from being a snitch. Like, don't be no fucking snitch. If you gonna be involved in some shit, then,
that's not the
then
conversation.
do that shit. Fuck.
No.
Do that shit,
No.
You got two choices, nigga. Either you go to straight and
you're
narrow,
gonna get down or you're gonna lay down.
Exactly.
If you lay down, you're gonna stay.
Exactly. Lay the fuck down, nigga, or fucking, cause it's just stupid. It's stupid, my nigga. It don't make sense. If you be in the streets, you stupid as fuck. It's niggas that's in the streets that tell niggas that's not in the streets. If you be in the streets, you stupid as fuck. And niggas be in the streets. You know why they tell you it's stupid as fuck? Not because when you get in the streets that you could bend the rules. It's because the rules is crazy, my nigga. But those are the rules, nigga. That's why it make niggas mad when people say that shit. Like, oh well, you know that teach your kids not. No, teach your kids to not be in the streets. Because if they get caught, they can't fucking snitch. If my kid is a rat, my kid can't come to my fucking house, nigga. If you a rat and you do some shit, you my son, you can't come home. No, because you're not bringing that shit to the house. Especially if I got other kids that's doing what they supposed to do. No, stay your rat ass where you at. Fuck out of here. That shit it just irks me, yo. Cause
if they did something and they did and they could
no,
stay.
Cause I'm only saying this. I'm saying like when you getting involved in shit that don't concern you, keep that shit all the way that. Like, you know what I mean? Don't try to be like, all right, I don't want to be involved in this because, you know, I just not my business. If you don't want to be involved in something, don't be involved in it ever. But I don't think it's appropriate for you to tell your kid to be a sellout, because that's what it is. If you're in a certain, this is how men treat men. My son is going to be a proud man. He's gonna be loyal. He's gonna be a leader. He's gonna be courageous. He's gonna be selfless. He's gonna have integrity. That's what I want him to have. So I'm gonna show him examples of what that looks like. I'm not gonna be out here doing shit in the streets, right? Setting a bad example. I'm sure you're gonna see shit on TV, you're gonna see whatever, and I'm gonna tell him how I feel about drugs. And I'm gonna tell him, don't get involved in that shit. I'm telling you what comes with that shit. If you get involved in that shit, you're probably gonna get arrested. If you get arrested, you know what you can't do? You can't tell. You can't say nothing. What? Yep. Don't tell your mother I told you that either. Can't say shit. Why not? Cause that's a fucking snitch. But the way you avoid that is don't ever get in trouble. Don't get arrested. Don't do no shit that's breaking the law. Learn what the law is. Learn what the law is not. But don't go out here getting in trouble with motherfuckers and telling on them. If you know people doing shit that they ain't got no business doing and you know that that's against the law, then be a fucking square and don't do it. Be the corny kid. How easy is it to tell a motherfucking kid to be the corny kid? Kids want to fucking fit in. Adults want to fucking fit in. That's why adults fucking lying. Everybody want to fit in. Everybody want to fit in that box. You know what I mean? So that's the problem. Like you want to teach a kid snitching is saying somebody is a snitch is so bad. You know what I mean? Saying somebody's a rat is so fucking bad. But it's convenient when it fits the people that we care about. I keep that shit all the way there. I'm not telling on nobody that's got something to do with me. If I was not involved in that situation. If I wasn't involved in that situation, I ain't know shit. I don't know shit. And I'm not a street nigga. You know what I mean? I go to work. But I still got fucking values and shit like that I feel like that shit is like, you know what I mean? That's unspoken. You know what I mean? And the reason it is because we look out for our own. Now, if people are doing really fucked up shit, I hope they get arrested. I hope some shit happen, but I don't want to be the one to do it. Somebody gonna be the good citizen. That's why we got people that think differently. Cause somebody gonna be the person that's gonna be like, oh, I saw you doing this. Or Rosie the nosy neighbor. Somebody gonna spill the beans, but it won't be me. You know, and I don't feel bad about not spilling the beans. I don't feel bad about not being involved in the situation. I don't feel bad about not being a martyr.
Sure.
You know what I mean? I feel good that
it's
this
not my
person wanted to
business.
come to me and tell me about this shit because they had enough confidence in me. But I would feel betrayed if I couldn't come to them when I was in need and they treated me differently than the way that I treated them. And I feel like I believe in karma. If somebody's always been good to me in their life and they hit a bump in the road, I don't want to know anything. I saw you on Nightline, you know what I mean? And you know what? I don't want to know what the fuck. Like just here it is. My wife made some muffins, take them and go. The blueberry. You know what I mean? Butter and everything. Alright, no else. You know what I mean? That's it. It's certain things I'm probably not gonna ever tolerate. Like if you really my friend, you can't snitch on me. I'm not saying I'm gonna be out here doing crazy shit, but you know what I mean. Snitching is snitching. Telling on a nigga is telling on a nigga. I don't want a nigga telling on me, man. If you telling on me, you not my real nigga. You a fake fraud ass nigga. I can't trust a nigga that's gonna just tell on me. Little caterpillar ass nigga. That shit crazy. Call that nigga Rosie. Rosie the nosy baby.
Ma be saying that nosy Rosie.
For real. But shit, like I feel like um it'll be entertaining to watch a rapper get in the ring and finally fight DJ Akademiks. It's gonna be interesting to watch. Cause I know a lot of people been wanting to get their hands on Akademiks.
I think they should all just jump.
In my head, I'm virtually punching the screen.
Yeah, they should just jump him. I'm just kidding. Or Anna.
I don't know. Some stuff he be saying. I be in the chat room.
He's
I fuck with Act on some shit, but
I don't like him.
so see how you don't
I don't
like
like
somebody.
his perception
No,
that
right.
that he gives off. Because I don't know him
So
personally. It could be
it
it could I didn't it is okay, but I don't know him personally. But from the image that he puts out, the way that he the way that he's portraying himself, it could all be an act. We don't know. This is behind
like Charleston White. They don't know that nigga.
The way that he acts or how he portrays himself. It may be an act, like like he's a comedian or whatever.
For a long time, I didn't like Drake. I still kind of don't like Drake.
He's just a part of the LGBTQ.
It's people that I don't like, but I don't really hate people.
Yeah. But I think I'm of the belief that you have to know them, but I'm just going based off of what I see. I could be wrong. I might get around them and they may be a totally different person. But then I think you're fake. And I can't rock with you because of that.
Earlier though. Because like if other people are saying that this person is a certain way, then you gotta believe that person is that certain way before you even approach them. So how you gonna treat that person? When
I didn't say you gotta. I said people naturally judge people based on.
So they got a clean slate.
as soon as you meet someone or if you hear things about them, if you don't know them personally, you're gonna have a preconceived notion whether you agree with what people are saying or not. And then if some things come out to be true or something that paints them in a certain light, you're gonna be more likely to believe the negative things that you heard before, like with Diddy. Maybe he didn't do the other things that he was accused of, but it makes it seem like he's more likely to because of the things that have been proven about him. So that's what I'm saying. So, but these people are all characters or whatever. They're content creators who we talk about, Akademiks or whatever, and Charleston White. So we might get around them and they may be a totally different person than who they portray on the internet or whatever. But then it's like, then I can't rock with you for that either. Although it's a character, you being fake to me. So then it's like I can't trust you because I don't know who are you really. Like,
yeah, when he said that nigga smacked him in the face and now you want to fight Lil Baby, like I was like, what?
Did you fight the nigga that smacked you?
Yeah, nigga, like fight that nigga. Like that's crazy. And then that's supposed to be the dude that cheated with Carson, that girl. The nigga that smacked him. It's crazy. Because it wasn't even Lil Baby. It wasn't even NBA Youngboy. In fact, NBA Youngboy was so offended, he wanted to speak to Kai and tell him personally, yo, I want to do that to you. I got mad respect for you, nigga.
Love that.
Like I really like you, like that. Pause, like Kobe. He ain't say that. He ain't say that. You know, he cool. He cool with the nigga. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's some shit that somebody got. And that's the thing. That's the same shit with conspiracy theories. Like, it's people working for an agenda to build something up. You know what I mean? Like, they could have had whatever going on with their relationship and shit, but as soon as people get in, they realize, damn, I'm about to lose money because of this bitch. Let me get her out the picture. And then they start working their ways, and then he's like, you know, I'm done with this shit. Cause y'all fucked up. Now that nigga making clothes. But yo, what do you think about Orlando Brown? Speaking of everybody's opinion, what do you think about Orlando Brown's chicken? Would you try it?
Listen, this is a guy did a review.
Try Orlando Brown's fried chicken restaurant. Now, if you guys saw my last video, I came here. Me and Cuzzo came to try the chicken, and we got ghosted, man. We got ghosted by Orlando and his brother. I made a video about it, and they responded immediately. I get a freaking DM from Orlando Brown himself, trying to ask me why I'm trying to start drama. So I sent him all the screenshots of what happened, and he called me immediately, and he apologized, man. Orlando apologized. Shout out to y'all, man. He apologized that he didn't know what was going on, and they offered to buy me a flight back out here to try the fried chicken for myself. While I did not accept the flight, I did fly down there on my own accord to give their chicken a try. There's one problem, though. A lot of times when I go to restaurants, they don't know I'm coming, but Orlando's team knows I'm pulling up today. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to find a random stranger to go inside and place my order for me, just to keep it fair. I don't want no special treatment. So before I step foot inside and meet these guys, I want to order from a random person to see how it actually is here at Orlando Brown's Chicken and Chicken.
Right? Now, first, like,
people know.
Like, I gotta say this. You know, like, this is exactly what the fuck I'm talking about when we first started this podcast. I do not like when black people do shit like this to other black people because whether the grease is old or whatever the fuck, it's so fucked up that black people don't try their best to know how hard it is for us to do something legitimate. We had a fucking everybody had a fucking bottle of syrup in their kitchen that looked like this old slave fucking lady. And everybody loved it. Right? And now it's the most terrible thing. Come on, man.
They don't know what you're talking about because they didn't hear it.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, this nigga got
he goes to see other people, by the way. He doesn't only go.
Brown is.
Yeah, but he doesn't only go to black.
He's a piece of
restaurant.
Shit. Go ahead, quick. I'm sorry. I'm biased.
How you didn't even hear it?
Arizona. I'm pulling up to the spot right now. I'll see you guys when I get there. All right, lucky for me, this is like a grocery store parking lot right here. Orlando spot is right there. I guess maybe it's a ghost kitchen or maybe they share it with somebody, but hopefully I can find somebody out here. Excuse me, sir. What's up, man? I'm Alex, brother. How you doing, man? What's up? Hey, look, I got a question for you, bro. I know this is mad random, but I'm trying to order this chicken joint over here. And I need somebody to go in and just order for me, man. I do food reviews, and I don't want them to know that it's me. My page is called LA Try Guy. Have you seen it? Yeah, I seen it. You seen my joint? Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. So what, do you mind helping the brother out? I got you. Yeah? Okay, I will pay you and everything, man. So I just need you to order chicken for me. Cool? All right, my guy. You said you just went in there and ordered some chicken. Yeah, what's up? How was it? For the price, you get a lot of chicken for the price. They either fried it too fast or left it in there too long because it's surprise. You won't taste the seasoning. God damn. So Orlando Brown $30 chicken, scale 110. 4.5. Damn. Okay. Look, I sent somebody in that order for me, man. So I'm gonna see what's up, bro. I'm excited, bro. I came all the way from LA to try this. And he told me he used the same grease. Same grease for the chicken and the fish. Yeah. My cousin ain't tried this, man. You know, he allergic to seafood, man. Right. You know, you gotta separate that sometimes. God dang, man, it's cold out here in Arizona, man. We've been waiting for a minute. My guy's still in there, waiting on the food. I feel so bad. I just got this random guy to help me out. You know, I'm definitely paying him. I'm giving some bread for doing this because it's taking a minute. Should have put me on the payroll, bro. Look, we got those here. Yeah. And then we got Nads here. Okay. We messed up a little bit.
For fish and chicken.
But we got the right thing right there, man. Bro, I appreciate you, man. This is real, bro. I know it took a minute.
He didn't say it. Somebody else did. He didn't know what that guy was gonna say.
There you go. That's yours right there, man.
And then he ate it.
This is gonna be interesting, man. All right, y'all. We got the bust down right here, man. So this is actually from another person that was in there, but we got the Orlando Brown chicken, man. We done finally got it. It took us a while, but we here. Shout out to Buddy that ordered for me, man. But how many wings did this man just order? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 15, 20 piece whole wings right here with some type of sauce on the side. I think it was about $60 or so for all these wings. I'm about to find somebody to get these to. Yo, I don't even know what's going on right now, man. We in Arizona with it. I finally get a chance to try Orlando, man. Y'all saw the last video when I came out here. I couldn't get it, but we finally got it. We're gonna bust them down. Right off the back, you know, this is how I was looking right here. Hopefully that's focused so y'all can see. You know what I mean? First things first, I'm not a fan of like the big chicken wings like that, but hopefully if it got flavor, it'll be all right. I guess without further ado, we're just gonna go ahead and bust that down real quick. Oh my God. It's like, it ain't coming apart. I'm ain't got no tender. It took that much to get that apart, man. What does that mean, chicken, bro? You know we got a professional chef right here. Let me know again. When it take that much effort and energy to what that mean? It ain't to the bone. The grease ain't to the bone. That means the grease ain't hit the bone, huh? With a fork, you gotta stick it. Yeah. That's tough. It's like kind of hot on the outside, but like lukewarm in the very middle. You know what I'm saying? So I think I understand what you're saying. Like it's cooked all the way through, but it's just I don't know. Something ain't getting it. Yeah, but I will say the batter's not bad though. I think the issue with it though is like it's kind of falling off. You can see this wing right here. You see how it's kind of like halfway battered. You see all the white meat from the chicken right here, white meat from the chicken right there. The batter's falling off, all that kind of stuff. Like I said, the batter doesn't have a bad flavor. You know, it's got a nice little flavor to it, but you know, it's just it's tough. It's tough, literally. Yeah, you're right. If I really had to rate this man 4 or 5, I think it was right. What you say? 4 or 5? I think you're right. Yeah, you're actually right. You're actually right about that. You know what I mean? Like I said, the only thing that's really saving is really the batter doesn't have a nice. The batter's not bad, but the wings are mad jumbo. When it's jumbo like that, you really got to cook it all the way through. I would take these well done or something. You know what I mean? It took a lot of effort and energy to pull that apart. You know, and it's like really fatty too, like that real fatty, like the you know, pterodactyl wings, the cheap cut, the cheap one, you know, them GMOs, you know, or whatever it is, man. That's just I can't even get this bone. I can't even get the bone off right now. I can't even. Yeah, so wait, so tell him what you do to make that better.
Well, I don't think I think he said he was mad the first time because he showed up there. And then they ghosted him. So that I don't think I'm not sure if he responded after the review. He went inside the restaurant and was talking to the guy, not Orlando. I think it's his brother. They owned it. The brother is the one who's cooking it. They opened it together, I guess. So in this, he went inside and was talking to him, and he told him what he thought, and it was he. It wasn't it was a fine exchange. It wasn't like the guy was mad.
But it's crazy. Like
he told him how he felt. I feel like you gotta let people know. That's the point of a review.
Yeah, like
and it's not just one. He goes to Asian restaurants. He goes to all type of restaurant. Like, he goes around. Cause I've seen other videos from him.
So is he a troll?
No, he's a food. He does a food review.
Because that's what I'm saying. Like you can't just go into some shit without letting them know, hey, I'm pulling up.
He did let them know. They knew that.
Have somebody else go in there for me, so you
can see. Oh,
they knew that he was coming, but they didn't know that order was for him.
And the time that they came or whatever, you know what I mean? Could have been a busy period of time. Could have been mad different excuses.
No, but when he came the first time, they did know, and they knew he was coming now. He just sent someone else in there. The first time, they had messaged back and forth. They knew he was coming, and then he showed up, and they were not.
I'm not gonna want to eat there if I know that the meat is not cooked all the way through.
I mean, yeah, but you're supposed to lie if you're doing food reviews.
Nah, but. And other people that do food reviews are talking shit about that shit too.
They were all black too.
Yeah.
Do they do food reviews, or they only did one for him?
No,
so that's what I'm saying. You, if that's what they do, then they're going to, unless they're only going to one demographic. He goes to all different types. He goes to different states to try out places that he hear about. He was excited to go there. He said,
Portnoy always give Connecticut the #1 for pizza.
Well, it is. It's on the, you know.
We got shit.
Little Italy.
Shit, I don't know, man.
If he was only going to black people's restaurant and doing that, then I'll say. But you got to be honest. How are people gonna know? I feel like that's good advice. If you have a restaurant, you want your food to be. And he did go in and talk to him after. So he did know, because he came in afterwards on purpose to talk to him and let them know that he tried it out, and that's on the video. So I think that's good. He didn't just leave without saying anything, and he didn't seem to mind, or he had
cook your chicken a bit longer.
And he was like, "Oh, well, this is what happened," or something, or someone else, or I wasn't here when he did it. I don't know, something he said, but he wasn't. He didn't seem upset about what he said. And I think you gotta take criticism, and people, and then more than one person. He said other people said the guy outside the restaurant. He don't know that guy. And why would you tell them? First of all, yeah, and then that guy said they told him they used the same grease for the chicken and the fish. Why would you even say that to them? Like, if you did that, why would you tell the customer that?
That's our secret recipe.
He was like, and we fried, and they told me he was gossiping. He added that part on after.
That nigga no mad shit. That nigga got fired. You couldn't wait to say that shit.
No, that was just a customer. That's somebody.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing you eat a food review, nigga. Oh nigga, guess what? Nigga, ready.
No, that was just a guy that had with.
He probably went in the bag, picked some of the damn fucking skin off the chicken on purpose, and gave that shit. I hope you open this box. I'm a detective.
And he got him ad weight. Why you give him all them weight and it's just one person?
Is this your thumbprint, Mr. Key? What's his name? The food review guy? Alex.
Mr. Try Guy or something.
Mr. Try Guy. Food review.
I think that's his name.
Shout out to you. And shout out to Orlando Brown for doing something other than making food. I like this idea. Keep making chicken.
Yeah.
Take this.
I want to try it just because he's Orlando Brown. I'll try it. If it's nasty, then I'm not going to eat it again.
I don't want no Orlando Brown grease. I want some new fresh grease.
But everybody had that syrup on it.
Yo, what's going on with what's going on with Trump?
It's crazy.
Like, are they trying to impeach him?
They need to. He should have never been elected. Not that the other candidates were so much better. But make America great again. Was it ever great to begin with? It's great to the people that come here, but
It was like America was never any of them. It wasn't the YPs, it wasn't the blacks. America was just a land.
because you're not free, so they under free.
Like if freedom came with a price, you still gonna have to serve them. You can't serve yourselves. Whenever we try to serve ourselves, they shoot us down. It seems we serve ourselves to a degree, but then we get to a point where we can't serve ourselves at at a level enough to serve generations of our family. And why is that? What stops us from that? How how do we how do we do that? How do we not have corrupt leadership?
Corrupt.
Is everybody just a corrupt motherfucker when they become powerful? Is that just how it is? Like, when you get power, you're gonna be Scarface.
Money, power, respect. What you need in life. I think it depends on the person.
Well, what characteristics really make a great leader? What would you be looking for in a great black leader? Like, would you give me 5 things that you think would make a great black leader for our society today?
I don't know. You gotta have dedication. You have to want it for the right reasons. Can't be for selfish reasons. You have to be willing to put.
So you gotta be selfless.
Yeah.
Okay.
For the country. You have to be a good leader. Like have take your emotions out of things. You gotta be able to think logically. Um,
So, let's see.
you need to
Maybe
have mental
understanding.
stability.
Right. Patience.
Yeah, you shouldn't be a criminal.
Um, righteous.
I think they should lower the age.
Lower the age for what? To go to jail?
No, that you have the age that you have to be to become the president.
Oh, you think they should lower the age?
Yeah, don't you have to be like 40 or something?
See, that's the thing. You think
I think if they
you
pass
think
the
younger people you think
requirement,
younger people could
everybody's
do a
not the
better
same.
job being the president?
Everybody's not the same. I think if they pass the requirements, because I knew you were say that, if they pass the requirements that are put in place, regardless of the age, because do you agree? Some people are even that are more mature or more like have it together than some people older than them sometimes. So
It's weird.
age doesn't always dictate, but that's why there should be a criteria put in place to weed those out. If you are under
It's
a
so
certain
rare
age
I
and you
wouldn't
don't
risk it
meet
because there's more degenerates at younger ages than there are.
well, everybody's it's only going to be a small
Because
number of people that qualify to
I
begin
think a
with.
better stipulation would be to even if they went to prison to give them the opportunity. Because think about it like
They
this.
already do.
But I'm saying,
felons.
and I think that's fair, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because the problem with being a president is there should be some type of experience that you come out of, and you come on top of this experience, and there has to be some long-lasting experience that you've had despite that, and you continue to do whatever you're doing to even be deemed as being, you know, considered a president material. I think that experience in time, because something's gonna happen. If you've been on this earth for 40 years or whatever, something's gonna happen. You're gonna have a home, you're gonna have this, you're gonna have that, or you're not gonna have this, or you're not gonna have that. Well, what is your mentality? What are you doing with your life? And a lot of times those younger people aren't doing shit because they're still trying to figure shit out. You don't want somebody to run the fucking country and they're still trying to figure shit out for themselves. They don't know, they can't stand on any fucking thing because things are changing and they're changing with it. So they're not firm in themselves enough to be like, you know what, this is
That's
what makes
why it's
sense.
certain criteria that you have to meet to even qualify. There's only going to be a small number of people that even go into the pool of candidates.
I think it gets smaller the older you get, because you still gotta be of sound mind.
I think they should have the chance. It doesn't mean that they're going to get it, but I think, and I'm not saying to 20, but I'm saying,
what age are you saying?
What age actually is it? I think it's like, I'm not sure.
Cause shit, I wouldn't want no 25-year-old fucking running the country.
I said it's not in 20.
I don't even think I would want a 30-year-old running the country unless that 30-year-old was.
Oh, they have to. Oh, I think they lowered it. They said it has to be at least 35 and have been a resident of the U.S. for 14 years.
All right. So let's see, 35. This is what I would say. If they're 35 and they're the president, I want this person to.
Oh well, that's fine. I thought it was older.
Someone who's recognized as a leader that.
Because none of them have been.
Right.
They've all been
because
older.
They've always considered that. So I would want it to be a leader that's considered to be a family person, because the majority of the people in this country value family. So it would have to be somebody that's a family person. It would have to be somebody that's considerate and compassionate. It would have to be someone that's not impulsive. It would have to be someone that is maybe has done some military type of shit, that has some military experience, and not to just entry level, probably like they were a sergeant or something like that. Maybe not combat, but at least they stayed in there for a period of time to get some form of leadership within the ranks. Somebody that, and if you do have combat experience, that's also a plus, but you don't need to have it. I would say they have to have some political understanding, but they have to be a common person, like maybe played a sport in high school or something like that. And I believe in that because that means that they might have some teamwork qualities or some shit like that. But just like a random fucking person that's just of age or some shit like that, like I think that's kind of crazy. Because that's it was actually higher at one point, but I think the youngest president that we've ever had probably was Kennedy, either Kennedy or Barack, because the presidents be old most of the time.
What? Why? Hmm? What's hiring for? I don't know. I go tomorrow. I gotta go for Friday. I'll do it tomorrow. But yeah, I don't know. Trump is. We're doomed. Hopefully, we don't go into war.
I don't think it's gonna be, well,
You don't want it to be.
I don't want it to be
Be an
right, but
optimist.
I don't think it's going to be one. And the only reason I feel like it's not is because a lot of people are afraid that he's going to do everything that he's saying he's going to do because for the most part he's been doing everything that he said he's going to do. Like he said he was gonna go in there and get that president from Venezuela and he did it. Like he said when he was gonna strike on all these, yeah, but he's doing everything that he's saying he's gonna do. So he's like, all right, he about to go to Iran. So if he go and do that shit, people not gonna be surprised because that's what he said he was gonna do. So that's the only thing. He's standing on this shit. Like if this dude is doing everything that he's saying he's gonna do, then
That's what I'm saying. We do everything he's saying gonna do it. Keep on doing stuff. He's gonna be under a pile of rubble. But we can't do nothing anyway. We have to hope for the best and wait and see. You know. How much more time we got?
until what?
You know, there's really only one political party. They all have the same agenda. They just pretend to be
How much
against
more time we
each
got for Trump?
2 years.
He just became the president, right? This is the second
4
year.
years.
It's
Every
supposed to be
4
four.
years. 28.
I don't even think you should be able to go again after you already been the president. Save some room for somebody else to fuck up the country.
Everybody should get a chance.
They're trying to
fuck
get
it
it
up.
so they can do 3 terms.
That's what they all
Three?
doing. They get 3 now?
And they're trying to make it so they can do 3. Run again. They do make it 3. It's gonna be him versus Obama.
They all
Yeah, if
full of
it's
shit.
3, then Obama could run again. I'll vote for Obama.
Cause he's black. Cause your president is black and your Lambo's blue. It's cause it's catchy. It feels good, right? Black Power. Yeah, I know. Black Power 25. Well, it's 2026 now, but I got a little snippet or whatever. Black Power 25. Check it out. It's on my YouTube channel. The link is on the page. Go check it out. Um, the link is on the page. Our Instagrams and our like there's 4 links attached to our bio. With our social media. So yeah, Black Power 25. I love it. But I think we should be more concerned with what if their um what their stance is aligned with our values or not, and not so focused on the skin color. Like if it, but let's try to strive for both if we can, our skin color and have views that align. If you don't have both, or at least the most important one, the views, what are your points that you're making? What are you gonna do with this country? How are you gonna make it better than the last president and all the ones before? Like make me a believer. If you can't do that, I don't care what.
I think people keep trying to think that it's black and white, and it's really not. It's just people. It's good people and it's bad people. It's really not color. The difference is the historical data behind what happened to black people. So people hold that as a stick. it doesn't necessarily mean that, okay, yeah, because this happened, that this is how all black people are, or because this happened, this is how all white people are. It's not really like that, but people have that stuck in the back of their mind because they can't get past that idea. There's a lot of older people that just believe that, you know, white people are the devil. And then you think about it like, is that are they truly bad people, all of them? Because there were some white people that helped black people escape. You know what I mean? So some people didn't agree with it. So it wasn't everybody. So with that, I feel like it's hard to be a person that really cares about everyone to really just want to eradicate people. But then to say that you want things to be equal, because I was watching a Donahue episode with uh Dr. Louis Farrakhan, Reverend Louis Farrakhan, and he was talking about how he understood that they're afraid because if we were able to do everything that they're able to do, then we'd be a threat to them, and we just want to be left alone at this point. Like you're like you like we're here. We know the history of how we got here, but now that we're here, we want we want to think for ourselves. We want to build our own shit. You know what I mean? We want to do stuff for ourselves. And is that so bad for us to want more for ourselves? We don't even, give us land, give us something. And then people are saying like, oh, why you want reparations? You guys are able to vote. But
I just don't think that we should stress ourselves out on it because I just don't think that we're going to get it. It would be nice. Um, we do deserve it if we're descendants of slave Adam, um, Adam, then we do deserve that. But I don't think we're gonna get it. So I think now is the time of moving on. We know what happened. We can't change it, and we can't force them. They know how they wronged us, and we've been talking about it for since it happened, since it was abolished. And you know, I think we know what happened. We just gotta, if you're at a level where you can help to get other people in your race, if you want to do that where they need to be, then I think you should focus on that and just help and build our community the best way that we can. Because I think it's like a lot of people are stressing themselves out about it because they're wanting it so bad. It's like you can't live your whole life keep begging for these, like, try to figure out ways to make your own, not begging, but that's what it's that's what it's giving, because like we're not gonna get it. I just don't think that we are, because we've been talking about it for years and they ain't tired of it yet. They probably laughing at us like, y'all really think y'all niggas. That's why they make all these movies. I feel like they be. That's why I don't like watching. I don't watching slave movies or movies where it's like back in the day when they was when they was poor and stuff, or in those times or whatever of black people. Cause I feel like a lot of times it's a white person that made the movie, and I feel like it's just how many movies is you gonna make about it, and I feel like it since they're the one that's profiting off of it, and we're not even the one who made the film, but we're acting in it. You're working for them on a movie about us, and it's like I feel like they laughing. Like I don't like watching them. I hated The Color Purple. Like that was crazy. Like I don't like watching those movies. Like I said, no,
28 years a slave.
I never even watched it. in other historical black movies or about our history and stuff, allegedly, right? Because there were no cameras back then, so these are we don't know what was left out, what's true, what's not, what we can't really prove this is what they tell us that our history is, because then there's different stories that discount certain things and add other people in that were never spoke of and all this stuff. But up until we got technology and all that, you can't really prove none of this stuff. It's just stories. People said, and we got people that say, yeah, this was Rosa Parks, and it was in the paper. But we know the news makes up stuff. They do it on in the media now. They say the same shit over and over or whatever, like verbatim, like or whatever. Like there's hundreds of clips of different news reporters saying the same shit, different shit, like different segments of them saying different things, but they all said it once or whatever. Like, and it's like that's kind of crazy. Like it could be like, oh, this is what you say when it's a storm or something. Like you could say like, oh, it's for certain scenarios, but it's like no, it's I think it's deeper than that. Like that's kind of crazy. So then when you see that, then it's like they could have been doing that before. They could print anything in a paper and people just gotta read it and think that is true. Although some things that are in the paper you do know is true. Like we said, somebody got shot the other day and it was on your street or you heard the gunshot or something, then you know somebody really did get shot. But if you didn't actually see it happen and you don't know nobody that was actually present that was there and you didn't go to the funeral and see everything, like we don't know what is real and what's not. Like it's crazy. Like and then they post all these videos and stuff with these AI putting filters on putting another person's face on you, make it look like um and sometimes you could tell, but it's getting harder to not. It's getting more advanced. Technology is increasing. Innovation, you know, is happening. So people are getting accused of crimes that they didn't, or not accused. Well, yeah, accused of crimes that they didn't commit, or accused of saying things because people are making videos making them look like they did something that they didn't do. Um, and people are getting unaliving threats to them and stuff because of this. Um, so this is crazy. And if it happened to these people, then it could happen to anybody that has a social presence. And even if you go off the grid now, they have years of content already built up, depending on how long you had your shit. They had MySpace, they had Black Planet, they had then Facebook and Twitter and Snapchat and all of those. Like, even if you just have one, I don't have all of that. All I had, well, they kicked me off of Twitter, so I can't. All I can do is view stuff. I can't comment.
Was
or
it
post
before or
anything.
after Elon?
This was last year.
Oh, shit.
So yeah, it's called X now. Excuse me. They kicked me off of that, and where I can watch people's stuff, but I can't post or reply or comment. Um, and I just have Instagram. I have TikTok too. But I just be up there watching videos. Um, I don't really have no followers because I don't really like social. I like to be off the grid. Like I feel like I could go up. People be like attached to their phone, like, and like they need to be like. Well, I do be on my phone, but like on like
What if
social
you like
media
Mr.
type stuff.
Nobody? You know what I'm saying?
That was the guy he was fighting, and it was like
Nah, he was a nerd, and he had like he was like this crazy hacker. Nobody knew who he was. So he like stayed to himself. He let the cops do it. But then he had him crack into different
isn't
systems.
there a comic book? Name that.
Mr. Nobody? I don't know. Probably.
There's something, and it's a white guy. He's like fighting people or something. He has.
Nah, he don't fight. He a computer.
No, but what is that movie? There was a movie.
No, I'm thinking about Mr. Robot. My bad. It's not Mr.
Oh,
Robot.
I know what you're talking about. I've seen a couple episodes. I didn't watch it like that, but I seen it before. I was seeing you watching it, but
Mr. Nobody.
that's what I'm talking about. That's what the fighting. Not it wasn't about fighting, but it was a Marvel movie, wasn't it? It was a comic book. I know they was fighting.
I seen this with Mr. Robot. I think the dude that played he played Loki. He played.
Oh no, this is not what I'm talking about. What is it called? Oh, it's just called Nobody, not Mr. Nobody. Yeah, he gets punched
That. Oh,
in.
you talking about that?
And on yeah, and on the picture, he got all these fists in his face.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's the attorney from Breaking Bad. So
oh, I never.
from the spinoff show Better Call Saul.
Oh, I never seen either one. I heard of it. Oh, RZA's up here in this movie.
This is in a movie, yeah. But that's a different character. He's not. I watched something else. They got an anime on Netflix. Man. Netflix is terrible. They animate. The anime game is high level, bro. They had one of my favorite games growing up on PlayStation. Um, Splinter Cell. They
I
have a
remember you
Splinter
used to play
Cell
that.
anime. It is fire. It's gory. It's everything. Check it out. And coming out soon this year. I'm so happy about 2026 got off to a rough start, but it's some good things to look forward to. You got Devil May Cry season 2 coming out this year. That's gonna be crazy. Um,
Is a TV? They got a TV show.
it's an anime series.
Oh,
But
when did that come out?
It came out last year. Last year, the first season came out. First season is crazy. Dude's fighting this demonic bunny dude. It's crazy. He's not even a bunny. He just got like a bunny head.
That's Dante, right? Or that's something else.
Dante is the son of Sparta.
The moon Sparta, a god,
Sparta is
a devil, a
a
deity.
demon. Yeah, he's like a devil or a demon, and he like was like a knight or like the main demon or something. And then he went against it because they were trying to destroy Earth. And he fell in love with a human woman. And she had twin sons, Dante and Virgil. And they didn't know they had powers until later. And then Virgil went out on a quest for power or something. And Dante went out to fight demons and powerful demons, like that's on like god tier level demons. That was their crime. And the show is spectacular. Like Netflix is really like with the colors Because there was one anime that I saw that was really good. It was but it was on HBO Max, and I was like, damn, I bought it. It was so good. I had to buy that shit. Shit was crazy. It was about some ninjas. Um, and this one ninja he had went underground with another ninja, female ninja. They had a family and everything, had a private life, and then the ninjas found him, slaughtered his family, and left him barely alive. And then he got his consciousness and he came back and got everybody fired. But the color was crazy, just like Chainsaw Man. Crazy colors, crazy animations, just like everything was just fire. And Devil May Cry was Splinter Cell, Devil May Cry. Um, there was another thing I was watching. But it's this one it's the samurai story called the Sword of the Stranger. Man, that's like one of the best anime. Like as far as samurai animes, one of the best. But yeah, Netflix got some pretty good games. But try that Orlando Brown chicken.
In Arizona.
You know what? When we go to see Evelyn, we can go try it. If we do. It'll be convenient.
I do want
It'll be an opportunity. And
we
can record it and do a food review like no bullshit.
No, because if we do a food review and we don't do reviews, then people are gonna be like, "Why are you tearing down?"
So what? I'm gonna be honest, and I'm gonna be chewing. I'm gonna be like, it's so good. I love it. Oh my god, it's delicious.
You say you want to be honest. That's
I am.
That ain't being honest.
Just don't look at my face.
I can't.
Look at my taste.
That's how you gonna know. Cause you can't.
Nah, I'm sure it's not terrible. It's probably good.
He said the flavor was good. He just said it was too tough and
tasty, undercooked.
Yeah.
Is that good?
No. Because I don't want no raw chicken. Yo. Well, he didn't say that it was raw. He said it's not. He said it's cooked, but it's not cooked on. Like you could tell, it's probably like juicy.
Cooked a little, not so much in the middle.
Yeah, it's probably like string. He said the flesh probably. Yeah. The flesh probably was chewy.
It chews like a ligament.
Yeah, that's because he said fat. It was a lot of fat on it. You gotta poke holes in the chicken before you fry it. That's to make sure that if you see when you season it too, to make sure the flavor gets all through it, and that'll help. And the chicken will float.
He makes crown chicken
with missing the crown. I never even had crown chicken.
You never had crown? Crown is ghetto. Everybody swear by you want to get some crown chicken.
How does it taste?
Tastes like
it's alright. It's edible.
It's edible.
I'm
the
glad
Chinese place is pretty good. I like their chicken.
Rice on fire. I'm telling you. That's the best Chinese chicken.
The best Chinese chicken I ever had was China Kitchen.
China Hot. Where's China Kitchen?
That used to be on Dixwell, right across
Oh, from the soup. Oh, okay. Yeah, they food was good.
Then there was a China lock. China lock. China lock or Chinese kitchen. Main Garden got good chicken. Got good Chinese food. I like pho though. Pho is really good. Pho is not Chinese. Pho is Korean or Japanese. I'm not sure. Please don't.
I never had pho.
But
I know. I seen it. I seen people eat. I be watching it. I do know. I be. I don't watch full mukbangs anymore because I go through these phases where I like dive in some category of something. I don't know something whatever. So I used to watch mukbangs a lot, like the whole video. But they wouldn't just be eating. They would be talking. There would be other people with them sometimes. Like whatever. It would be a whole thing. There are people that eat and they don't say nothing. They just make sounds and put the mic by it. I don't watch those ones. These people actually be talking and saying stuff, having conversations or whatever, either talking to the people or talking to people in the room with them. So, but I just watch clips now. I don't care to watch an entire video anymore. But so I see stuff on Instagram and these people. What was I talking about? Eating something. Oh, the people eating pho. Pho. I see them eat it, and and ramen is a big thing too. Like they have this restaurant where it's just ramen. Like it's like a dispense. Like you can pick which broth you want. Like it got a tap. Like you just turn, you turn it, and it got different broths. And like you, and
ramen buffet.
yeah, and they got all the toppings and stuff, and you pick what type. Like, but it's like it's a nice restaurant though. It's like kind of upscale. I don't know, but well maybe not. Maybe I'm just saying that because I'm not really worldly, but it looks nice. I don't even. I stop. I've been stopped eating ramen noodles because them shits are too salty. Well, it's really the packet, but them noodles is salty too. You just can't taste it because it's mad. What's the name? Sodium in the noodle. But what was I supposed to say? I don't eat that. But then they said people was died after they ate it or something or had something, and I was like, I definitely not eating it. Cause I would get it periodically as like a do something. If I don't got nothing, it's getting low. I'ma just eat this just to eat something until I could go grocery shopping or something. I don't want to order nothing or whatever. Like, but then I'm like, nah, I'm not even buying them shit cook at all because I'm not eating it. They trying to kill us. You can't eat nothing. You can't breathe because the air is toxic too. We going. They said we gonna have to. I don't remember when they said they predicted that it's gonna happen, but they said at some point people are going to need to have saunas in their home because the air is going to be so toxic outside that people are going to get sick. So I guess you need to have a sauna and a detox from being going outside and breathing that air, and that's because of all the pollution and everything. So I really don't even like littering. Like I've done it before. We've all done it. But I if I do it, like I'll be trying to put stuff in the trash. There's a trash nearby. I'll get out the car and go put it in the trash if we stop or something. Like, cause people will do this. You at the light, the trash can right here, and you throw some shit out the window. You could have just gave it to me. I'm right here next to it. If it's in your vicinity and you could do it, why don't you put it in the trash? And then I hate when people throw like I do be saying stuff. I'd be like, or I'd be like, here, throw this out while they driving. Like, no, I'm not. I'll put it in the trash when we get where we're going because you trying to tell me to throw out a big ass bag of, I don't know, so not big like that, but big enough to where you shouldn't be throwing this shit in the road. Like stuff like, and that stuff be piling up and people don't think about it. But not only that, it's just dirty. Like put that shit in the trash. Like I didn't think about it, like even though we're outside, you don't live outside, you live inside of a house, but like throwing trash on the ground, that is kind like, yeah, like I said, I've done it. Like I'll rip the piece off the wrap, I'll throw it out the window or something. Maybe the plastic thing that come, but which is still like, but if it's like a big bag, like you was just finish eating, you got some fast food or something, and then it's like, bad, you got this. I did, I did drop them cups, but that's that's what I was mad when them people when I was doing Uber Eats and this lady didn't bring her ass outside. She told me she outside and she wasn't out there. Then they canceled the order, talking about they got another driver or some shit. Like I don't know or whatever. So and I was outside the lady house. I already got the food and brought it to her. So I just dropped the drinks in the street. But but I was mad. But typically I wouldn't do that. Like something like that, like cups and with liquid in it and stuff like that. I wouldn't leave that in the road. And then somebody could run over that, like it may not cause an accident, but you never know. You never know who's behind the wheel. Like they might be trying to avoid it and then get in an accident or something. Like I don't know. Like and it's just dirty overall. That's what I'm saying. So, but it does matter in the grand scheme of things. And like I said, people don't consider that. Like, and like I said, it just burns me up if you're right next to a trash can because people do this. Like I don't understand. People would litter by where I used to live too. Like they would litter in, um, you know. I know it was the people that lived there. Like you just throw a chip bag on the ground. Why don't you just go walk 2 feet and go put it in the trash? And this is where you live. Why you want to be throwing trash outside of where you live? And you got trash cans. That's what makes it worse. You just want to be a delinquent. Because I could see if you weren't near a trash can or something, but it's right there. It doesn't make any sense. You just doing it just to do it because you want to do something. I don't know. I got OCD.
Do the right thing. Do the right thing.
That's what Bill Feasy say. He is. What does Feasy? He he's a YouTuber and he a content creator and he does prison stories, like tell the experience when he was on the inside. So he's free now. He's trying to do the right thing, and he tell people he does this to encourage other to encourage young men or young people to do the right thing and don't end up, because this might happen to you. Like it don't always be negative stuff. Like he talks about one I watched today. He taught somebody how to read. Like he helped them. He encouraged them to learn how, and he did help them. Like they didn't know how to read. They got in trouble since they were 12, and I think he said he got arrested when he was 12, and then and I guess when before he got arrested, he wasn't going to school or something. He didn't have, so he never he didn't graduate or nothing. And then they made him, when he's in jail, they put him in the GED class, but he don't. He said he wouldn't be paying attention to it because he didn't care. The only reason why he ended up learning how to read or wanting to is because a woman was writing him in prison, and somebody was reading it to him and they were lying to him because he didn't know how to read. So somebody else in there was telling him, this is what the lady is saying to you or whatever. And so the dude ended up, so he asked Bill Feasy, this is the guy that do the content creators. He was in there. He was like, yo, can you? He asked him to read it for him. Like he ended up finding out. He tried to not tell him, but he's like he ended up telling him, but he wasn't shaming him or nothing. Like he did. He was like, all right, I'll read it to you. Well, he read one first. He brought him one first, and he was like, this is what it says. Um, it wasn't even from that girl. It was like the girl had been writing him stuff at first, but then the person who was reading it to him, supposed to be reading it to him, he was he was getting emails from a church saying keep your head up or something, like all of this that wasn't from the girl no more. Then the guy was lying, and so he brought him the letters that the guy told him, this is what the girl said, tell me which is that what she said. And then he's like, no, this is all from a church, and they're saying keep your head up, hope you're doing well in there, hope you're staying on the straight and narrow and trying to get your life together. We're praying for you, stuff like that, or whatever. So then he gets them. He had more, and he said none of this is saying. He's like, I don't know what happened, but that he was like, what man? Like he's like he was mad. He was ready to go beat him up or stab him up or whatever because he'd been lying to him or whatever. And then he found out that the guy had got the woman to, I don't know, whatever he said to her, she was now writing the other dude that had been reading it to him. So that's why he's really mad. He want to go beat him up, and he's like, "Nah, chill. Like, I don't think you should do that. You know how you could get." He was trying, like, keep him not from getting in trouble, in more trouble, or whatever. So he's like, the way you get back at him is learn how to read. Like, then you won't be in situations like that because you can read it yourself. um don't get yourself in trouble. You need to, he's like, I'll help you, whatever. So he started helping him. He's like, you need to go to these classes. Get out of that GED class and go into, they had like another class that was like target reading or trying to help you with that. He was like, switch out of that and go, because he wouldn't be getting up either. Like apparently the CO, when people had education or they had GED class or whatever, they had different classes, they would tell them to get up in the morning, like they would yell out and pop their door so they could go to class. And this is how it started. Like the dude would never go. Like she would be like, "Hey," say his last name or whatever. Like, time to go. Gotta go to GED class. Get up. Like your mom wake you up for school or something. Like she would keep saying it over and over. Everybody else sleep because they not getting up. If they don't go to the class and they like, yo, get up. Why you not? Everybody or people saying stuff. Not everybody, but some people would be saying stuff like, "Nigga, get up so that you can shut up," or whatever. Like I'm trying to sleep or whatever. So he was like, you need to go to class, switch out into that other class, and you need to go, and I'll help you. I'll give you. Sometimes his family wouldn't be able to send us stuff. They would send us stuff when they could, but some weeks when it was stored there, he didn't have nothing. He was like, I'll look out for you when you can have anything out of my box, like if you want some food, but you gotta stick to. You gotta learn how to read. You gotta go to the get up when they tell you to get up, go to the class, and I'm gonna work with you and do other stuff on, after, outside of that or whatever. And then he did it for a couple of days, and then he was like, he stopped. He the lady was calling him, and he didn't get up to go to class or whatever. And he like, then he came in there and he told him, he's like, why you ain't go to class? She was calling you this morning and you ain't. Um, he was like, cuz man, I was really tired or whatever. It was early. I ain't feel like getting up. And he was like, but we had an agreement. You gotta do. And he's like, let me have whatever. He was like, he gonna go. He gonna do it or whatever. And then he was like, let me have something like some noodles. Or no, he said, yeah, let me. He was like, if you want something out of that, because he wasn't trying to be mean, he was really trying to help him, and it worked according to the story. But he was like, if you want something out of that box, you can have anything you want out of the box, like his food, but you gotta spell it. If you can't spell it, then you can't have it. And he was like, only thing I could spell soup. He was like, all right, let me get it. He was like, nope, you gotta spell it. And then he said SUPP or something. And he was like, nah, that's not how you spell it. So you can't. He was like, he showed him how to spell it and told him how to sound it out. He would do that or whatever. But so he did start. And then another time he came to him, he needed money because he was going in on a cook up with some other people, and he didn't get no money that week from his family. And he was like, he told him, you gotta spell it. If you can't spell it, then you can't. So that's how he did that to himself too. Like after, so he ended up getting in trouble. He stabbed the dude because the dude that had lied to him, he ended up stabbing him or whatever. Then they moved him out the dorm, but uh then they moved Bill to another dorm or somewhere else or whatever. And then he ran into him again. He seen him like he was I think he said he was like running the class because they let inmates teach the class if they know what they're doing or if they can or whatever. Like he was like, I don't know, some time had passed. I don't know how much time from when the last time he seen him because he didn't see him in a while when they took him out for stabbing the guy. Um, but he had glasses on. He was in the GED class. He had a big book in his hand, like a thick, big book. He couldn't even read. He didn't know cat, dog, like he couldn't read at all. Like so, because he had to teach him all that and like or whatever. Like he wrote it down and told him what it was and stuff. So he learned that from working with him. That he was like, yo, I appreciate you. Like I really after I they put me I don't know where he said they sent him to the tier program or whatever, and he was like I disciplined myself. He was like I didn't eat nothing if I couldn't spell it or whatever. He was like because you so like that's how I learned how to do stuff. I started practicing. I went to my classes and stuff, and he was like pick any page of this book right here and I could read it, and then he did, and then he read it. Um, he was like, and it was like some big words where it's like he didn't even know the and cat and dog, like, but there was like words with like more syllables and stuff like that. He read it perfectly. He read it like you wouldn't know that he just couldn't read whenever that happened before or whatever. So he tells a lot of bad stories, tell you why you shouldn't go, but that he was saying, he did have, although he shouldn't have been in there, he did have some good experiences or things that made him proud because he felt like he helped him. And, like he hugged them too. The dude was like, "Thank you so much." Like he appreciated what he did. Um, he had been in there since he was 12, and I think he was like in his 20. Like he had got in trouble, started getting in trouble. He was like 12, and he was in his 20s at this time when Bill met him. But because a lot of his stories they be like really bad. People got raped or almost got raped, and uh, people be getting stabbed up and unalived, and you know, and be sad. And it's sometimes people they be somebody be about to get. These people should be. Well, I think the people did get fired. He said at one time this guy was trying to grape this guy. But he told him like don't he that guy had a reputation or something. And he was trying the other guy tried to tell him something. I don't know. And then he somehow he ended up he thought he was cool and they was playing gay games or F games or whatever. Some guys for whatever reason they say they're straight and they play around and joke and what I've heard people do. I think it is some people do joke like that, or whatever, and they be saying gay shit to each other, but it's like you're joking or whatever. But some people don't be joking. or whatever. So he told him, he like, you better watch out. And he didn't even know that dude neither. That's another thing. Usually he said when they do, because he didn't do it, but he said he's seen other people do it. And he was like, usually those are people that know each other. They're not, you don't just walk in and start talking to a guy that you never met and start playing like that or whatever, like, because they probably gonna punch you in your face or something, like, or you don't know what's gonna happen or whatever. So he told him, he was like, you know him? He was like, nah. Um, I don't know what he said. He's like, but you better watch out, cause people don't do. Some people be serious, and he told him like he would be watching them, not watching them, but sometimes he would come out his cell, be standing outside his cell, and he would see them playing around or hearing stuff that they were saying. He's like, I told you. And like he's like, man, ain't nobody gonna like. He think he big and bad, whatever. So then he got mad because Bill was trying to tell him, like, so he was like, you got a problem? Like, he got mad at him basically, and then he ended up moving into the cell with the dude or whatever. And then uh, he was like, well, first, also, well, no, yeah, he ended up moving into the cell with the dude, and he told him, he like, yo, well, before that, he kept trying to tell him, like, I don't, you gotta be careful, because blah, 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 and he didn't listen. So then I guess he tried to do something, but he got away from him. And then he, they were fighting and he ran out the room or whatever. So then Bill asked him what happened and he told him. He was like, all right, let me investigate or whatever, because he was in the gang too. So like they had like a, or this is what he said. They had a protocol or whatever, how they handle stuff or whatever. So he was like, we gonna so because we can't just take what he say or whatever. So they talked to the other guy and asked him. He get all the other people together that's in the game or whatever. They talked about like how we gonna handle this. Oh, just like he needs the because the guy getting mad. Like, what is he saying? What did he say? Because he got a different story, of course. Because that guy said they tried to grape him, and he said he owed him some food. I don't know. He made up some other story that's not what really happened. And then but he was so worried about like what did he say? What did he say about it? So then he was like, y'all don't need to be in the same room. Like y'all you go, don't say nothing to him or whatever. So then they start investigating or whatever. So I don't know, something happened, and then they ended up in the box, and then they put him in the cell with the guy while he was in the box, or because some of them have another. He was supposed to be by himself, but then um, there was a night CO that don't be knowing what's going on, but he should have read the paperwork and stuff before he switched the room or whatever. But he told him something live for him to switch the room, and then he was in there with him. So, and then Bill, I don't know what happened. They had got sent to the hole for something. I don't know. And Bill was in another one, like he was in the hole too. And the person in the hole next to him, it was like, um, or maybe they was in the same because this one had another person. He was like, "Yo, you heard about?" Or they might have been talking through the wall. I don't remember. You heard about or you heard so and so, like he like what happened? He like um he I don't know what he did, but he got switched into the room with the guy that he already tried to break, and he was like, what? No, ain't no way, because they could get in trouble for that, because that's a big deal. Like if he already First of all, not even just that. Like, if you had any issue before, they gotta make sure they're separating you so they can't put you. That's documented. So you supposed to make sure before you switch somebody into another room, if it's somebody in there, that it's okay for them to be in the room with this person or whatever. And the person must have didn't do that. Whoever switched the room, they didn't do it on purpose. They just didn't look nothing up. They just whatever lie he told them, they just believed them and took let them go out. um, I think they said they feared for their life or something, and they needed to be out of the other cell that they was in. So they put him in there with him or whatever. And then nobody heard nothing from them from a couple. They take shower every 2 days when they in the hole or something. Yeah, every 2 days, and they didn't come out to take a shower. And they're like, oh, that's weird. Why? Like he said, he think about it, like, cause now he's worried when the dude said that, and he's like, ain't no way. And then he's like, yeah, I'm telling you, he went in there. He was like, yo, if I tell the CEO to go check on him, is that snitching? He was like, if I, he was like, if he in there doing something to him, then he don't I don't condone that, or I don't, you know. He was like, you ain't gonna. The dude was like, you ain't gonna say nothing. He's like, no, I ain't. Like, why would he just be like, hey? I mean, some people might be like, but nobody's gonna be mad at you. A normal person that don't do shit like that is gonna be like, you're a snitch because, I mean, I guess that is a snitch technically because you're telling, but I think the way that people view that, that would be acceptable. Like nobody's gonna be mad at you for except the person.
Something's gonna happen to him.
Huh?
In that setting, something's gonna happen to him.
Yeah, accepting, nobody. So then they told the CEO, like, can you go check on them because I don't know. Like he told her, he explained to him what happened or whatever. So then she tried. He called him and he didn't even go in there though. He just shined the light and then he was like, they fine or whatever because from what he seen, he said it was fine. Like, are you sure? Because they didn't hear nothing. They didn't hear the dude saying nothing or nothing for a few days. So then this other lady come and she's like head hunter. Like is she don't play or whatever. Like she handle business in there. She makes sure everybody she'll fuck you up. Like that's basically how he described her, like or whatever. So she makes sure everything is running smoothly and everything. Like she not corrupt. She don't want nobody doing nothing to nobody in there neither. So she she make you need to get up and get your tray. Like when she bring your food when they in the whole, like you need to get up and get your tray. And like some people would just put it there, but she make you get up and get it because she want to see you get up and get it or whatever. So the dude wouldn't get his. And then she was like, no, he need to get up. She was like calling the name. She was like, get up. Or well, she wasn't. She didn't know who it was actually because he took the sign off the door that said who the name was. It only had one person name up there. It didn't have the other guy name up there or whatever. And then she was like, and the dude wouldn't get up. He was in the bed, I guess, and he wouldn't get up. So she was like, and it's stinking here. Y'all need to clean because she was saying that too or whatever. Like it's stinking here because that's what happened. She wouldn't give him the food first. She was about to make him clean or whatever. And then when he wouldn't get the food, then she was like, she sent somebody up there. Then she looked at the door. She was like, "What's your name?" Because she only seen one person's name, but there's two people in the room. And then he wouldn't tell her, and so she went around the whole, everybody in the hole, and got checked off, did attendance basically, and off the list of who's supposed to be in there. And then the only person that's left is the guy. She's like, oh my God, what are you doing in here with him? You ain't supposed to be in here. Who did it? Or whatever. So then she called the code, and then they went in there, and he had, he was in, I think he tied him up or something, and he was in the bed, and there was blood and doo doo all over, and he had been, that's what he was doing after the guy let him in the room. Uh, So they brought him out, and they came in there and beat him because they told him to cuff up. They was trying to make him, he wouldn't listen or whatever. So the CEOs went in there and beat him up, and they got, and they um took him away, and then they brought the guy to the medics, or you know, to get treated. But and he was crying. He said when he was coming out. But I mean, of course, because that guy, people is crazy. And he had been in there for days, and that people, the person, both people got fired. The person that put him in there with him, and then the person that checked, because remember, one person checked before that lady came near that mean business. He shined the light in the room, and he didn't even go inside and look when the dude told him to check on him. He just like shined the light through the door and said something to them, and he didn't really look, like he didn't go inside. So I don't think he should have got fired, because I mean, but he should have did more. But the person that put him in there for sure, even if they didn't know, because you supposed to read the paperwork and make sure who you put in the person in the cell with, because that basically your fault that happens.
It's movies like that. They put somebody in the cell with somebody who came back and they ate them or
Adam is crazy.
yeah.
People, I don't know what's wrong with. Well, that guy, he told him he was gonna do that because they did he say? I think I'm mixing up a story, because there was another one, and he told the guy, "I'm gonna beat you up, and then I'm gonna grape you, or I'm gonna knock you out, and then I'm like," because there was other people. Yeah, he as another story where he said somebody was saying that, because and he really and he said that he said he did it, I think, or I, I don't know. He said, "Didn't I tell you?" Like they was kicking and yelling and stuff. I think somebody said, but by the time that they got there, and the people came to get him out, he put something in the door too. Like, cause they be locking the door, like you can put it so like when you can't open it with the key, you gotta pop it, and then if it's something in there, it like jam it. So they had to like open it with some tool, because um or knock the thing out that he put in there to block it.
So he was getting assaulted that whole time when I'm trying to get in.
There was well, I think I'm mixing them up, because there was one where they did a they he was about to, the guy was naked on the ground, and he didn't get him yet, and he was putting on, the other inmates was yelling, that's how they did, like, he putting on Vaseline, like, you dirty mother, like they cursing him out, and they like, you better stop it, you better not. They the dude, they telling him like, so they got in there before that he could get. But then there was another one where, yeah, because it was a lady that was the CEO, and she waited for the people. She was like, "Oh my God," she was crying, and she could. She was like, "Stop!" Like everybody was telling her to stop. Like why she? I think she was sleeping too, cause they be going there. They work overnight. They be going to sleep sometime after that. Cause they work overnight. That's what a lot of people do at overnight job. You're not supposed to be sleeping, especially not in no damn prison. But whatever. Um, So when she got there, he was like, "Help them! What are you open the thing? Get like." But she was scared going there by herself, so she caught it cold. But she was waiting for backup to come. But he had already. He didn't stop. They had to like get open the door, and but he didn't. I don't know if that person put her in the door, but she didn't. She was waiting for the people, other people to come. That's why she didn't open it because she was scared, I guess, because she didn't know what he was gonna do. That's why a woman shouldn't be doing it. Shouldn't be sleeping with the inmates. That's another thing. But then vice versa. I don't even think somebody said this, and I agree. Men, because they do it in both prisons. Men should not be working in female prisons, and I mean maybe some people are lesbian. I don't know, because I guess somebody could use that and be like, oh, what if they're gay or whatever. But taking that out or taking that into account, whatever, I still think it should be only women should work in women's prison and only men should work in male prison. And guys be doing crazy stuff. They said some guys be jacking, like the girl will walk by and they be pleasuring themselves to them. Like that is so dirty. Like why? And then it's all these other guys around. You doing it in front of them too. Like I would never want to work in the prison. That's a man's job. They act like animals. Not all of them are like that, but some of them they have been institutionalized. And they act like animals, throwing shit on them and doing the stuff that they say. They would be eating shit out the toilet, putting stuff in the toilet to keep it cold. I don't know. Don't do the right thing, like he said. Moral of the story. Because do you want to be making cook-ups and then niggas get out and still be eating that shit? You asshole. You gonna be constipated. I don't know how they eat that stuff. Mm.
Someone said it's parasite that we receive probably from food that
Yeah, and it
gives us an
tell us to
urge
keep.
to want certain things.
Yeah.
Some of these conspiracy theories might be true.
Well, that ain't. They saying that science. That's what happens because food carries. And they don't. And then they put all this other chemical. Well, we know that even if it ain't parasite, they put on this damn chemical that they shouldn't be killing us and making people sick. 2026. How much more time we got? Is we gonna make it to 2030?
Yeah.
We gonna make it. We gonna make it. We gonna make it.
All those beauty academics gonna make it through this fight. Yeah.
We shall see. They said they better than the Temptation and all rats in one. We shall see. Nights like this, I wish that raindrops would fall. Let it rain on me. Well, Mom got food. I think she cooked. I said I don't think she did, but she got something in there.
It's got that black guy that played. You played the new Candyman. What's his name?
Oh, I don't know his name. I didn't like that candy.
He played in a few other movies. Like he's been on the scene. He played in that. He played the new Candyman. And he played in Matrix. He played the new Morpheus.
I don't know him, but it ain't about him. I just think the original Candyman was better.
Oh yeah, Tony Todd. Tony Todd was the mob.
Oh, rest in peace. I remember, but I probably said this before. When I went to Job Corps, the janitor, I used to call him Candyman because he looked like him. I swear. I told him one day, I was like, "You look like Candyman," and then he laughed. I was like, "You know the movie Candyman, Tony Todd." I knew his name too because that was my movie. I love horror movies.
You should just call him Tony Todd.
And I know, but I started calling him that after, which sounds crazy. I realized after I got older,
that's like what I did with Michael J. White.
What you call him Spawn?
When I called him Spawn,
but
yeah.
he actually is Spawn. That guy
Yeah,
ain't Tony
yeah,
Todd.
that's true. He don't like that shit. Like it's so bad. Like, yeah, we put you on the map.
But he know that it wasn't A-list.
That's a good thing. That's a good question. Where does it fit? I mean, obviously,
I like it. It was a good movie, but it didn't do that well.
Blade. You know, Blade was that shit, but
it didn't do well.
It's something.
Yeah, but I think he's going off of cause I don't know what you said, but it was mad exaggerative, which like you was being nice, but no, but you said something about the movie that wasn't true, and he was like, "No, it's not."
I said, that was the dopest movie ever.
And he was like, "No, it wasn't," or something. Like he was like,
I'm a fan.
he knew it. He knew it wasn't. He you gotta respect it.
Offset about to have a boxing match.
Huh?
Offset about to have a boxing match.
Offset is gay too. That girl said, well, I don't know. That don't mean gay.
That's two something. You know what that is?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know him like that. I've heard the only thing I've heard that I never listened to his music. Everything I heard,
right?
yeah, they keep talking about him. He had 2 girlfriends or something, and he got a BBL, did he? Somebody, I don't know. And he's not even, I don't know, whatever. Yeah, I know who you talk about. What about it? That's who he's fighting? For what? This is just for entertainment? That's always the reason. Do anything for clout.
What's that? What's the fee? Everybody boxing everybody. They're like, yo, if you want that fee, we'll get it. For the boxing world. think they don't really want to fight. That's why they want to do it the boxing.
Exactly. Then shut up. Sick of it.
But I'm not getting in the ring with Devontae Davis.
They act like a bunch of women.
Yeah, because the entertainment business is different. The street different.
Well,
You know what I'm saying? They're trying to commercialize the streets and you can't.
it's either in you or it's
Yeah,
not.
what it is.
Right. Or it is what it is. And you ain't gonna see until you catch the people on the outside that do these things. Are you still recording? Oh, and then get knocked out. Oh, I'm sorry. That was a different time. I didn't mean it. But guys, thank you for tuning in to another episode of Get Lifted. 30 is the new 20. Click the like button, share, and subscribe. And click the notification bell so you're notified the next time we post a Get Lifted.